Hello. I, Architect Associate Professor Abhishek Kadam, would like to welcome you all for the today's insightful day 2 of the VESCO Conclave. We request everyone to put their mobile phones in silent mode, stay attentive, and maintain decorum throughout the event. Hari Om, good morning, and welcome to the fresh and exciting second day at VESCO Conclave 2025 in collaboration with IIA, IUDI, ISOLA, IGBC, and MASA. The conclave is titled Urban Living in Equilibrium with Nature in the City. Theme around ecological urbanism. The theme explores how cities can harmoniously integrate natural systems into their urban fabric, fostering resilience, sustainability, and well-being. Now we will initiate the second day with the VESCO tradition of Om chanting. I request all present here and those present through YouTube to join palms and chant Om 3 times with me. Thank you. We at VESCO would like to welcome all dignitaries, professional teachers, and students gathered today to attend the Day 2 VESCO Conclave. Yesterday we had a series of they shall be presenting the title Resilient Cities. With the they shall be presenting the title Resilient Cities. With a huge round of applause, we welcome Architect Devi, Rahul, and Joel.
Good morning, everyone. So I would like to just speak about how VESCO conducts its Masters in Urban Design program in alignment with the college's broader vision to develop a vibrant and knowledge-oriented environment and a center for excellence in the field of architecture with an aim to create a sustainable humane habitat. So our urban design program is structured as a dynamic platform which encourages critical inquiry and applied thinking. The curriculum has been carefully designed to integrate core design studios with theory, technical subjects, and policy frameworks. One of the key strengths of the program is the close collaboration with a Masters in Landscape Architecture course. Through combined theoretical studies, electives, and shared research themes, we encourage a holistic and interdisciplinary approach to urban issues, allowing students to dissolve the barrier of built and natural environments. So today's theme, Climate Change Resilient Cities, reflects a central concern that runs through our program. With that, I now invite our students to share how they have engaged with this theme in their own studio projects and how, as future urban designers, they are envisioning cities that are adaptable, inclusive, and resilient in the face of climate change. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone present here, respected faculty, distinguished professionals, and my fellow students. To start from a place of personal conflict. When did we decide we were separate from the rest of the planet? When did humans stop being participants in ecology and start behaving like its administrators? We have designed systems that extract, reclaim, build, dam, drain, and now mitigate. We have mastered the art of solving problems we created, and then we celebrate the solution.
We begin today's conclave with a topic that is both urgent and it is unavoidable. Climate resilient cities. Before we talk about interventions, we need to accept that climate change is a challenge. It is something which is not coming, it's already here. We have seen forest fires in stable ecosystem, recent floods in cities like Mumbai, Bangalore, landslides in Uttarakhand, and heat waves that is seasonal norms. These are not data points. These are lived experience. Cities are at the front line and questions now how we adapt, how wisely we quickly adapt. It's not about how we adapt, it's about how quickly we are going to do it.
There are those who propose utopias where humans erase their footprint, grow food on rooftops built with mud, and commute only by foot. And while admirable, such solutions forget who we are: messy, hierarchical, driven by ambition, inequality, and yes, greed. To execute such idealist visions would require a complete overhaul of our political, economic, and social systems. And in this way, we found refuge in ecologistics, a grounded theory that sees settlements as systems of nature, society, function, and network, grounded in time. What can we really do in the 40, 60 years we are given to work? What is the ethic of our effort?
As someone who's a trained architect, was earlier shaped by site, climate, build forms, what is there inside the site? But now, when we are into urban design, it has given a different lens. Now, we need to see that every site is a single part at a larger system. It takes let's take a simple example of a street. We earlier used to see buildings, what is there in the facade, what is there in the windows, how the architectural style is. But we need to see how that is reacting in a public realm, which is something that urban design has added. Urban design has added a layer to sensitivity. Now, that sensitivity is something which is important. As we move forward, being resilient to the current climate condition, it is important to be sensitive. It is important to see how ecology will help people.
So what are climate resilient cities? They are not utopias. They are cities that anticipate risk, work with natural cycles, and understand that humans and ecosystems are not separate. A city that floods and responds with concrete embankments is in denial.
This learning came into sharp focus when we started our study for Studio Semester 2. Our site was in Someshwar, a peri-urban edge of Nashik, along Godavari River, sacred, seasonal, and under stress. One side, there is rapid urban sprawl. Another, pilgrimage pressure, ecological degradation, flooding, encroachment, fragmented development. This wasn't a site that needs beautification. It needed system thinking. You can get, one second. So these are some images of the site, what happens in Nashik. So seasonal flooding is common. So these are the photos of our site visit. You can see I getting some feedback on my sketching by the locals.
At VESCO, we are encouraged not to impose templates, but to observe patterns, respond to context, and design for lived ecology. And so in Someshwar, we didn't ask how to prevent flooding. We asked how do we live with it. Our inquiry as a studio led to a series of sensitive and integrated responses, both ecological and cultural. Flood-responsive wetland parks that allow water to enter and recede naturally. A green buffer zone along the Godavari to protect and regenerate riparian ecology. Ghats and submersible parks that respect water as a seasonal guest. Stamp-based trail systems that promote nature observation as a public engagement. An elevated cycle track weaving through ecological and cultural zones, encouraging non-motorized movement.
So due to its pilgrimage presence, you can find pilgrimage trails connecting major temples to their entry plazas with a green corridor, homestays and dharmshala clusters that supports tourism, stormwater plazas, bioswales, recharge pits, which is integrated in the public realm, compact porous mixed-use clusters anchored to the Gangapur road, the hierarchy of green corridors. These are some intervention which is, I think, required at a larger scale, and every scale changes. These are just not intervention. These needs to be design ethics. I say let's build with nature's logic, not over it.
These may not be the most ideal and most sensible solution, but it reflects a vision not to protect cities from nature, but to position humans as cohabitants, not as masters. And that mindset is directly drawn from the culture at VESCO, where we are taught to prioritize place over pattern, people over policy, and systems over singular solutions. Our vision isn't to produce builders of objects. It is to shape creators of sustainable human habitats.
This studio helped us realize that climate resilience isn't about concrete solution. It is about relationships between built, form, water, between heritage, public life, between memory, ecology, everyday use. To design for climate is to design for continuity, rhythm, and responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Substantially to include environmental design, regional planning, and landscape conservation across scales and geographics. His work is rooted in exploring and expanding the limits of disciplinary engagements to stewards a process that holistic, contextual, and inclusive. Architect Rao is a regular figure in academic and professional circles, both national and international, that intersects the domains of ecology and sustainability, social and natural ecology, and water and human settlement. We welcome you, sir. We would like Architect Mohan Rao, sir, to address the gathering.
Thank you, VS, for this very important opportunity for creating conversations and hopefully provocations that you can all carry back with you. I will, the presentation that I have prepared is meant to address different concerns for different people. So the ones who are just entering into the profession, the young ones who are engaging with it from very fresh eyes will take away very different things from those of us who have spent enough time in the profession and have different ways of thinking. So this is not a project-based presentation where I show what I have done in ABC places, but the important thing is what do we learn and take away from such a process. So, given the very important topic, which is to do with resilience and continuity and nature in city, there can the question can be addressed in many different ways. What I have chosen to do is to see how, and like I think the student mentioned a very important point earlier, is this is not about celebrating solutions to problems that we have created in the first place. We don't have to feel so good about it. We should be thinking, why did we create the problem in the first place? And that can only happen when we understand the idea of continuity. Why is continuity important? Because most of us, for the last 100 years, have been trained to respond to individual situations. It's a knee-jerk reaction. The World War happened, you needed housing, you create housing. It does not matter what the city was earlier, what human settlements was earlier. And more importantly, a lot of these responses, because it is not rooted in larger ideas of culture and continuity and change, starts getting hashtags. Hashtags are not an invention of the Gen Zs. We have had hashtags for many generations. It could be giving tags like vernacular architecture, sustainable architecture, or the most amazing hashtag that I read in award ceremony, an international award category, is called meaningful architecture. As if all other architecture is meaningless, so I give you a special award for somebody who is being meaningful. That is how it is reduced. And of course, there is no dearth of it. Every society, every one of us creates these hashtags depending on what the market demands. And of course, the latest fashionable thing to do is to use nature as the hashtag. Like we just invented nature. So, again, coming back to this, in each of these cases, they are rooted in the idea of problem solving, not understanding systems, not looking at continuity, but something that actually disregards both natural and civilizational continuities. You should understand them as two separate but deeply interlinked terms. While the intent can be very good, of course, climate change is a very important issue. Development, equity, justice, these are all important issues, but they should not become tropes for design, which is what has happened for most of the professions at different scales, be it architecture, be it landscape, be it urban design. They all end up becoming tropes. So, very quickly, to go back to the topic, let's understand what is the idea of resilience. We use it very commonly if you look at it from a metabolism perspective, from the idea of nature, is that it is the ability of a system, an organism, that can actually return to its original state after undergoing a lot of stress. That stress can be anything. It could be as simple a thing as having a fever, breaking a bone in the human body. Any of these things, how do you recover naturally in the most painless way with the least intervention possible to the original state? That is what resilience defines. Now, is that possible in large human settlements, in cities? Is there an original state to go back to? Should we all stop using all forms of energy and go back and live in the trees? Is that more sustainable? So how does one understand resilience from this context? So it should be understood as not as something that one does on a system, but that's something that causes the least disruption while adding value to the process. And this is where nature and culture as multiple systems and continuum becomes very, very important. So this is, if I have to put the same thing, and going back to again what the student mentioned in the morning, earlier to me, is each of these things, what we are right now all trained as from an industrial mechanical efficiency perspective is to be able to solve problems. But an adaptation requires a lot more than simply problem solving. You're not reacting to one single incident, be it of floods, be it of traffic, be it of housing, but you're actually looking at the larger system and how to make a difference there. And of course, these ideas change very widely in different contexts. If I'm talking of the Indian context or even the global south for that matter, the literature of the land, humans have occupied these lands for thousands of years. And there is a certain understanding of that land that has been handed down from generations. This is not about glorifying the past. Please understand, this is not about saying whatever our forefathers did was the best. But for somebody who has lived consistently on a piece of land, there is a certain knowledge, a certain wisdom that's available, and how do we leverage that? We do not have to throw the baby with the bathwater by taking it all or throwing it all away. So this is a very nuanced way of looking at traditional knowledge systems. And why do we need to look at traditional knowledge systems? Is not because of the glory, not because of any other political agenda, but clearly because they have been developed over centuries or even millennia. They respond to a particular context. The solution that you may have for water management in Raigad would be very different from Aurangabad. We are not even talking of different countries, right? Every 100 kilometers, the solutions would be different because they are responding to that problem. Our job now, because we work in larger scales and in a faster pace, is to be able to understand and integrate this in our thinking. And it's also very important to understand that there are no universal solutions for any problem. They are all context specific. So I'll just spend 2-3 minutes to say how do we actually look at all these criteria in a live project. This is the case of Hampi. Many of you may have seen it. 12th, 13th, 14th century metropolitan area. At that time, the second or the third largest metropolitan area on the planet. And yet, it did not have any artificial systems. It did not draw water from the river. It actually was completely self-sustaining in a way that there was no one single capital complex. They were all embedded within the landscape, which means the city came as a response to the landscape and not the other way around, as we are taught. One is able to look at different systems because, especially when we look at historical sites, we are trained to look at the monumental architecture. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's not the end of that knowledge. There are embedded systems that one needs to understand. How did the city respond to land, water? Where did the food come from? How was it generated? So when you look at each of these things, there are many, many different tools available depending on how you want to approach it. There are tools to understand drainage systems, soil systems, built systems, which actually tells us why a certain structure or a certain settlement sit the way it is sitting in the landscape. How is it responding to the larger terrain? It's not accidental, and unlike our modern conception of cities, be it Chandigarh, be it Brasilia, be it any of these examples, is we are not starting from a blank site and saying, here is my city and my vision of the city. The vision of the city emerges from the land. And this is not a unique example. I'm only using this as a case study. You can see this in hundreds of ancient settlements across the globe. Again, this is not special to India. But what essentially one can actually see is that there are dynamic components such as vegetation and water, then there are static components such as land and geology. When they come together to actually interact, they become producers. When we say producers, we understand production of food, but we don't understand production of water. And how do you actually produce water in a landscape is the understanding where, for example, the monumental part I was talking about, the conservation is very well done, but the conservation is incomplete till we actually revive the system and not just the structure. So in this case, the Pushkarani, the Kalyani, the ceremonial temple, water body was conserved, but because one was able to look at the larger landscape and carry out restoration works in the landscape, in a matter of just 1 year, you're able to look at a huge change. The system is working. We did not bring water in tankers or put a borewell, but you enable the system to regain health. And this is exactly what we're talking about when we mention resilience. So a systemic understanding of a city helps us understand the larger natural context, the dynamic and the static systems, and the human component, and how humans have responded to such a context. And this is the knowledge that we need to gain. Not just celebrate a grand empire or say what it achieved in political, religious terms. Those are secondary. But what we are taking away is how does humanity respond to a land and landscape. So, and these learnings become very, very critical irrespective of which context I work in. I don't have to use the same solution, but I can use the same approach in understanding the land and water systems. So using something like that as an understanding of how humans have occupied land over centuries, a very, very contemporary site, very contemporary problems, extremely poor part of the country in southern Bihar, very vulnerable site, flood prone, extreme poverty, low productivity of land, all the other problems that we only hear about in the newspapers. So an approach to a site like this did not start from just the physical understanding to say, here is the site, where do I put the road and the parking and the buildings? That is one approach to do it. The other is to go back in time, and this is one of the oldest settled lands in our country, right? There is recorded history of at least 3,000 years. How have humans responded to such a land? What were the different outcomes of different cultures, different civilizations that have lived there? Not just looking for historical structures, but understanding it systematically. What were the systemic responses of these civilizations for production of food, production of water, occupation of land? And that is the learning that we take to address very, very current day challenges. It could be very simple local challenges such as flooding, to larger global issues such as climate change. These are all issues that one needs to deal with. And how each of those can then turn into an opportunity when you start creating a narrative that is rooted on the land. In many Indian languages, we have the term Sthala Purana, which means what is the history of that land. It is not simply the mythology, but also the history of the land. And that, using a process that looks at ecology as well as the cultural settlement of the land, helps us understand the land as a figure ground in this case. This is one approach. This is not the only approach. There can be many different things. In fact, here the approach was stemmed in the fact that we were working with the module of 10 guntas, which is 1/4 of an acre, which is the average land holding of a marginal farmer across the country. So that is the criticality. How do we start working with a system that can address the poorest of the poor for sustenance? And using that kind of a module, then you start understanding a way in which you can actually settle on the land, causing the least amount of disruption. This is an extreme example where humans have created land and continue to create land. This is the delta in the Sundarbans, both on the India and Bangladesh border. The land is dynamic and changing. It changes every year. It is nearly impossible to map these areas. You map one area today, you go back after the monsoon the next year, the entire land has changed. And understanding such a system and how humans have responded to it, not by building dams, not by building embankments or concrete structures, but by working with the dynamic nature of land and water. And using such a system to understand what high and low ground means, which also helped us. This was a much smaller scale compared to what we were talking earlier. This is only less than 100 acres. But this is also for a special purpose. This was for people under the spectrum. So one was actually able to create an entire land and landscape based on such an understanding, where not a gram of cement or steel has been used. It's completely natural system. But the same system responds differently in the dry season versus the wet season, without creating any conflicts. The same landscape can change and morph by responding to the summer and the monsoons differently. I am nearly out of time, so I will quickly skim through. Okay, thank you. So moving up the scale, using the same idea of looking at historic occupation of land, how do we look at current day examples? One can very easily do it in a nice campus or a rich farmhouse. How do you actually deal with in cities? This was the same case of the learnings from Hampi taken forward, and this is a live project. This actually happened on the ground. This is for the Bangalore metropolitan area, where for the first time watershed and rainfall was the primary determining factor for planning. Not roads, not highways, not population, but watersheds. And the entire region was subjected to a detailed land capability analysis, not by saying this is meant for commercial or residential use, which is the terminology we use in urban planning, but to say what is the capacity of that land. And the entire region, this is a similar to the MMRDA, actually slightly bigger than that scale. This is about 10,000 square kilometers. The entire structure of the master plan at the regional scale at 10,000 square kilometers, but also going down to the minute scale of every stormwater drain, every lake that exists. This is not changing. I think she's in the way. Yeah. So a very detailed analysis also helped carry the conceptual planning to practical everyday solutions, addressing every single water course, not as an engineered approach, not by saying we build so much, but by actually looking at the performance of these ecological zones. Often enough, we just draw nice belts of green on our map and say ecological area. Unless you are able to say what is the performance of that space, it is not useful. It is similar as in architecture, you drawing a large rectangle and saying room without knowing what is the function of that space. It's exactly the same even in natural aspects. But equally important is the cultural, the everyday lived experiences. This is not purely ecological, but looking at how humans have lived on the land, how have they celebrated this land. The landscape of Bangalore itself has a written history of about 1200 years. To be able to understand each of these elements in its context, so you actually create context-specific responses, not solutions, but responses. And each of these responses, be it historical, be it cultural, be it livelihood-based, will all be rooted in the idea of both tangible and intangible associations. I will stop now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your wisdom with us. Introducing our second speaker for this session, Ms. Pallavi Kulkarni. She is a practicing urban designer, professional, and has experience working with leading international multidisciplinary consultancies. Her professional experience covers a wide range of work from master planning, comprehensive transport studies, transport influence development, multimodal mobility planning, station areas redevelopment, etc. In recent years, she has been part of prestigious urban infrastructure projects in Mumbai like Mumbai Monorail Project, Navi Mumbai Airport Influence Area Development Plan for SIDCO, Mumbai Metro projects, and Mumbai Trans Harbour Link in various leading capacities. She is a leadership coach and has a special interest in mentoring students and young professionals. She is also a president of Institute of Urban Designers in India. I request Pallavi ma'am to come to Grace Dais and deliver the presentation.
Okay, good morning everyone, students, faculty members, dignitaries. Romi, I've met you in Kollam IUDI conference, so nice to see you again. And yeah, so it's a pleasant morning. Yesterday we had several intense conversations, and Mr. Mohan's presentation today has also taken us through a different perspective. I'm going to talk about two things. First, I'm essentially here in capacity of representing Indian Institute of Urban Designers India. So I'll share a bit about IUDI, and I'll also take you through some work that I've been associated with in past few years. Which is a bit different from the tone that has been set in yesterday and today. We have spoken a lot about nature, natural context, and responses to nature. I would rather like to speak about people today, because that's what nature essentially interacts with, and we interact with nature. So we look at that. Before I speak about that, let me, as I said, talk about IUDI. Institute of Urban Designers India was founded in the year 2006. This is only professional body that brings urban design practicing professionals together. And this is, initiated by group of urban designers, academicians, and people who practice urban design, bring them together so that we foster interest in urban design for the future generations. IUDI also wants to advance study and practice of urban design in future and figure out the role of urban designers in the transformation of cities. We have over 700 members in India and globally. We also have about 6 institutional members, so institutes like VESCO, Manipal College of Architecture, My Livable City have been our members. We work very closely in collaboration with them for different activities. And the whole goal is to contribute expertise of urban design to the development practices that can create equitable, livable, sustainable cities. And how we can contribute further. Also promoting design excellence is one of our agendas. This is basically a reach of IUDI where we are present, our centers, chapters. We have a group that also operates from outside India, that's the global group of IUDI. And we are essentially working through our events that take place in different parts of India, starting with IUDI conferences, lecture series, thesis seminars that we conduct in different academic institutes that essentially offer urban design programs. And we also have a series of online programs which we started post-COVID, and that has helped us engaging people more rigorously where we can not always reach physically. So our events are primarily our tools to engage with students or practicing professionals. So just some glimpses of our national conferences. The first one that happened in Kerala, where we talked about urban design matters. So what is essentially the relevance of urban design, how it is impacting cities and their developments and quality of life. Our second conference took place in Goa in 2023. So this conference was immediately after COVID, and during COVID, most of us realized the relevance of resilience and relevance of bouncing back to the different normals that the nature can impose on us. And that was the whole domain of discussion in the Goa conference. We were graced by the Chief Minister of Goa. What I want to also say here is that we are essentially engaging with government bodies and political leadership as well, because that's where the major thrust and major focus of urban development comes from. This is the recent conference we had in Kolkata in March this year. And we talked about inclusivity through urban design. So after the discussion on resilience in the previous conference, inclusivity was a matter of interest, and that's how we would want to take the whole program ahead. Some glimpses from our thesis seminars. So we request the institutes that offer urban design programs to host these thesis seminars, which is a platform that brings students and urban design faculty members, teachers together. There are discourses on different approaches of thesis as well as different approaches of training in urban design. Various other events like lecture series, webinars, heritage walks. There are different events organized by our centers. We have also been engaging now in design competitions. So we hosted, our Delhi center hosted way back a design competition on reorganizing Sarojini Nagar market. Recently in our conference in Kolkata, we had a young urban designers competition, which was meant for students. We did receive a good response, and that was also, the students took back a lot of value through this conference, as well as we could explore new perspectives. So way forward, IUDI wants to work in collaboration, essentially in with the government bodies, with academia, with different practicing organizations, consultancy companies, where we can actually bring all the forms of knowledge together, synthesize and deliver back to the various interest groups who can, take ahead and create their own knowledge networks or their own knowledge bases that can be of value to them. So that was about IUDI. Coming back to the other aspect of my talk, as I said, as I was introduced, I've been working essentially in the domain of urban mobility and urban infrastructure for past over 15 years. So I came from Pune to Mumbai. I was completely, new to the whole chemistry of this city. And coincidentally, I was introduced to this chemistry through through different jobs that I took up, my work. And that helped me understand Mumbai in a little different manner, which I would have otherwise understood, or I would have otherwise looked at this city. This is the newest metro line that operates on the Western Express Highway. Many of you would have used it. When I came to Mumbai, this was not there. So this is a brand new landscape. This is a brand new insertion, human insertion in the nature. That's what we have been talking about past couple of days. Most of us are familiar with this. I got familiar when I started using the trains in Mumbai. And the impact of climate. We have no idea when it will rain. We have no idea when the stampedes would happen. But still, we run our lives every day. We cross through these landscapes every day. These pictures are in the year 2007. I have personally not seen any drastic change in these pictures. I am hopeful. And that's where we all have a role to play to create a hopeful picture for the future. This is how people have been commuting. Commute is the heart of urban life. And this is how people have been commuting in Mumbai. Buses, auto rickshaws, pedestrians. You won't see much of cycles. A lot of talk has been happening about cycles, but it's very rare. And this is Bandra station way back in 2007. The station looks much different now. The forecourt looks much different now. A lot of you would be using it. But this is how it used to be. And in 15 to 20 years, we could have actually expected a drastically different picture, which we can't see. This is somewhere in, this is Dadar, that's Kurla, outside Kurla station. Again, I'm talking about 2007. So why 2007? Because I was associated with the Mumbai Railway Vikas Corporation on preparing some station area upgradation plans. And that's where the whole thinking or the conversation around these domains began for me. Okay, so this is MMRDA's metro plan in the MMR region, 276 kilometers of metro against or along with the existing Central Harbour Western railway lines. So with 276 kilometers of metro network, we are going to have over 200 new metro stations in Mumbai, which operate along with the existing suburban stations. So I just want you all to imagine this, that there is a network of over 400 urban local commuting hubs, and how they are likely to operate, say 20 years down the line, 30 years down the line, 50 years down the line, because that's where most of our social and commuting engagement is going to be with. I'm an urban designer. I'm going to bring in some urban design perspectives, but I want to let you all know all these projects that we are looking at are conceived as engineering projects, or they're conceived as infrastructure projects. They are not conceived as urban design projects, or even during their conception, urban design is nowhere in picture. Sir talked about systems approach in nature. Systems approach in infrastructure planning, very, very critical and actually missing. So the project approach begins with conception of the project, mostly driven by political wills. And then, you identify a problem, you have solutions, you have a funding mechanism, and you have an engineering mechanism, and then you build the project, you operate it. That's how typically the project approach works. There's hardly any institutional integration or institutional cohesion. Systems approach, as I said, we are looking at a system of 400 transport hubs. They work at times in similarity, at times they have their differences or uniqueness, but the systems approach can help understanding both and come up with a cohesive approach. It also talks about institutional integration, because that's the most critical aspect of integration of urban transport systems. And that will lead to a better travel experience. That's what we are looking for, all of us. So these are the objectives of mobility planning. We want it to be integrated with other transport nodes, enhance accessibility, improve traffic flows, ridership, increase in ridership, station area improvement, and give each one of us or each traveler a better, safer, and easy travel experience. We are also going to talk about climate change in the panel discussion. Now, this is going to be a major contributor in taking care of climate change in urban areas. Just to give you all a little glimpse of how different modes work in Mumbai, or how they have changed over a period of time in Mumbai. Like if you see in 1999, the bus was highest used mode of transport to reach a station, versus if you look at 2018, when we actually did the study, the bus dropped down from 59% to 12%. That's where people have, one can see there's a reduction in using public transport to reach the stations or to reach their destinations as well. Walk has increased, and other modes of transport, there is a slight change, but there's a major stark difference in the use of public transport. So I was involved in planning for 15 metro stations on the Western Railway line, and the rest of the work that is shown here comes from the plans that we prepared. I was part of PEDECO's team to lead this study. Accessibility and priority for design, very critical. So most of the times, so the current priority is the non-motorized transport or the intermodal public transport, which is auto rickshaws and private taxis. One has to look at, while we are planning, the adopted modal share we looked at was priority to walk, then priority to bus, and then prioritizing the intermodal public transport. Some principles of accessibility planning, these are discussed in different platforms. I do not want to emphasize much, but seamless planning, last mile connectivity. So you start from your home and then you reach your destination. That needs to be looked at carefully. The priority pyramid. These are some examples from implemented works in Hyderabad, which we studied before presenting our plans to MMRDA. So different aspects and how they were taken care of. The advantage here is there is a lot of space available. We hardly have space in stations around Mumbai. But a lot can be done even in the congested space. Different aspects of introducing landscape and other features, street furniture, elements in these areas. This is in fashion these days, so station areas can present opportunities for these kind of artworks and the wall art and all. Signage and wayfinding, most critical aspect and most starkly missing in most of our infrastructure and urban transport systems. But a very good, very well planned signage system, wayfinding system can create an extraordinary travel experience. Street furniture looks good, nice to use. Again, our agencies have no funds after executing the footpaths and the stormwater drains. And then we are worried why our cities can't be like London and other European cities. This is Bandongri metro station on the Metro Line 7. I will just go over this just to give a sense of the intervention. Okay, now when we are asked to prepare these plans, mostly we are supposed to study around the circles, 500 meters, 250 meters, 1 kilometer. Transport doesn't work in circles like this. The station catchment area has to be identified on the basis of where people stay, where people go, where do they come from, and how the local transport networks work, like how the local buses work, from the metro station to where people live, the residential localities, the institutes, or the other public amenities or commercial areas. So we helped MMRD in identifying the actual catchment area, which is far beyond the circular catchment area. What also lacks in the agenda or in the master plan requirements in the current scenario is the interventions around the station area, in the land parcels around the station area, because the station and the redevelopment around station is going to coexist. Very soon, all these slums are going to transform, the Goshala is going to go somewhere else, the Sports Authority of India might continue, but the rest three are going to go somewhere else, and at this point of time, we don't know what's the plan around that. So that has to get integrated in the planning mechanism. This is some glimpse of the station area. The old footbridge, which we recommended to demolish and again reintegrate in the station plan. This is a very familiar picture to most of us. Now, this is what we came up with. So the mandate was just to develop about 200 meters of area around the station. We managed to take the intervention from the station, connect it to the existing footbridge, which further connects to the Kandivali metro station. So what happens is that one actually can achieve a direct pedestrian connectivity from the elevated metro station to the existing suburban station. We also proposed a connectivity to the nearby mall, Grovel's Mall, that's there at the corner. The systems approach also needs to look at or can look at the thorough east-west connectivities in Mumbai, from the Western Express highway stations to the link road stations, a complete east-west connectivity, whether it's possible or not, and if it's possible and if it's provided, that can change a lot of travel dynamics. So the typical interventions to improve traffic junctions, signals, walkable areas, reorganization of hawkers, that's an important element of the urban nature, I will say, and often not taken care of during the plans. Incorporating cyclable areas is a big challenge. So sometimes you have to provide because the clients want it, but the client doesn't know how to take it ahead, and one can't cycle on a little piece of footpath like this, but still one can explore the possibilities of cycling in future when there is a well-networked cycling plan. Reorganized lanes and reorganized urban furniture, street furniture, bus stops, pick-up drop-off points. All these constitute to the plan and to the urban environment. Some pictures of before after. It's before construction but proposed. Wall arts in different forms. If you have seen this area, if any one of you are traveling, this is completely different. Somebody has done through some funds, some forts and other things have been done. But that's how I think these things happen in our country, that 3 or 4 agencies are parallelly working on the same project, and until it gets executed, nobody knows who is going to execute it and in what manner. Some attempts of creating feeder route systems, feeder buses, which are essentially, they could be electric buses or buses that consume alternative fuels that can add to the sustainability component. I just want to conclude here with that urban design has a great role to play in this. And as I mentioned, none of these projects are conceived as urban design projects. However, an entry of urban designer and urban design input or urban design thrust can actually create a whole new experience around our urban infrastructure. Urban designers have a great ability to bring all stakeholders together under one umbrella, speak to them, interact with them in a language that will bring everybody's inputs, or they can listen to what other stakeholders have to say, bring that on table, look at what is appropriate, what is not appropriate, and come up with a cohesive, comprehensive solution. And that, I think, is a level of leadership that is missing in most of our urban infrastructure projects. If that comes in, I'm sure the situation would be much different. The last aspect is, imagining 400 plus stations operating in Mumbai very soon. Transit stations are not just pieces of infrastructure, and a piecemeal approach and a piecemeal attention to them is not going to work. So what's really needed is looking at them as thriving public spaces. They are places for people, and how they can be transformed for places for people. So that's how I want to leave it with for the discussion in the shortly.
Thank you, Pallavi ma'am. I think ma'am have also reiterated the aspect of what keynote speaker yesterday talked about. The idea of collective efforts are so important. Now we welcome our third guest speaker, architect Paromita Roy. She is a globally respected architect and urban designer with over 25 years of experience, shaping sustainable urban futures across the US, Asia, Africa, Europe, Russia, and Middle East. She currently leads the Integrated Master Planning and Cities team for India and Middle East at Arup, where she focuses on building climate resilient, inclusive, and adaptive urban environments. Her international experience spanning Arup's San Francisco and Shanghai offices, and her work with Peter and on global TOD projects has deeply informed her systems thinking approach to urban resilience. Her work integrates land use, mobility, ecology, and infrastructure to create cities that are not only low carbon but also socially and environmentally regenerative. I request architect Paramita ma'am is to grace the dais and give her presentation titled Integrated Master Planning and Urbanism.
Hi, good morning, everyone. firstly, I'm not a morning person, so I'm 50% sleeping still. So pardon me for any glitches. Is the PPT open now? 5 seconds. Okay. So I'll take those 5-10 seconds to just introduce myself. So I prefer to call myself Romi. I'm normally known as Romi Roy. I sort of studied in SPA Delhi. Then I worked there, worked in India for some time, went abroad to study, worked with Peter Calthorpe on new urbanism and transit-oriented development in the US for several years. Then I worked in Arup in US, where we worked on integrated urbanism, and some of those things I'm going to talk about today. Then I had the great fortune of going to China and working in China for 1 year, which was really an eye-opening experience. And then I came to India. I felt कि पूरे दुनिया में बहुत काम कर लिया, तो अब अपने देश के लिए काम करना चाहिए. So then I came back. I'm still not sure whether that was the right decision or not, but I quit my job and I came back to India. And I joined DDA, which is the Delhi Development Authority. It's a central government body which looks at urban planning policy and basically does everything in the city, from policy to projectization to budgeting of projects, and it's under the central government, so it has a huge influence in the policy making in the whole country. So in DDA, basically what happened is I sort of joined and I realized that India was in the process, Delhi at that time was in the process of making the first metro of India. Delhi was the first city. And I was used to living in China and San Francisco where we didn't have a car, and we would spend our weekends sitting in a park and whiling away our weekend and stuff. And then when you come to Delhi, you really can't go and sit in the park and do nothing alone for 6 hours. I think Bombay mein kar sakte hain, Delhi mein nahi kar sakte, at least not as a woman. And men do it, of course. You will see men in all the parks. But it will be so strange, the atmosphere, ki no woman will venture into that park. So I saw that thing, and then I also, I was used to just enjoying my trips to office so much because it was such a lovely walk. Most of the time I used to be running to the station every morning and picking up my breakfast on the way to the station, and window shopping on the way to work. And vice versa, raat ko, when I used to come out of Powell Street station, there would be somebody singing at the metro station. You're tired and your brain is fried at the end of the day. But you just stand at the station for 10 minutes and your mind is refreshed with music. So I was used to these kind of things, and the stations were like the hubs where people would meet. If you were meeting somebody, you would just say, just come to, Market Street station aaja, ya udhar aaja, Powell Street station aaja. So those were, the nodal points of every activity. And then when I came to Delhi, although I was so thrilled about the metro because it was the only hope for the city. The city was really unconnected and really horrible urbanism. But it was the only hope, but there was nothing around the metro. So the metro was treated like this animal, कि वो उधर है और उधर parking दे दो और फिर सोचते हैं कि वहाँ से कैसे जाएं. So it didn't strike anybody that you could actually build the city at the metro. You can just prevent people from having to move out of the station much. You could literally concentrate your life around the station. So with that in mind, we started working on the TOD policy, the transit-oriented development policy. That was our philosophy when we started it in DDA. कि walkability हो, placemaking हो, vibrancy हो, life हो stations पे. Lekin I know now today it is a national policy, but I think this understanding and importance of the station being the node of life is not there. Because in our country, after having spent 15 years in government, I'll let you know this, that in our government, every single thing that you propose becomes an infrastructure project. Even if you propose something like a cycle track or a footpath or even a park, it has to become a tender worth 100 crores or 50 crores. Otherwise it doesn't fly because money has to be spent. So, oh shit, okay. ओके ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं. एक्चुअली मेरा टॉक ऐसे ही हो गया. सो पावर पॉइंट आई शो यू अ फ्यू थिंग्स. ठीक है, आप वो प्रोजेक्ट कर दीजिएगा. हाँ, So, where was I? I forgot what I was saying. Infrastructure, yes. Yes. So you know, when I first joined the government, I was like, वो हम activist mode में जाते हैं ना government में join करने के लिए. तो I was like, sir, फुटपाथ बना दीजिए, सिर्फ 5 करोड़ का है, सिर्फ सब 50 लाख में फुटपाथ बन जाएगा. इसमें कर दीजिए सर, इसमें पेड़ लगा दीजिए, कुछ खर्चा नहीं है. And they were like all giving me strange looks. Then after 5 years, I realized that I was playing the game wrong. I have to say this thing. So one day, one of my bosses, then I learned the game after 5-6 years. So then one day my very lovely boss, like he was amazing. And that is like one of the best IS officers. He's like my God, literally. But even he, so even any general leader has the same thinking. Because how the system is, because the success of a bureaucrat or a politician is measured by the amount of money you spent. This I did not know. So I'm telling you the secret. If any of you design to work with government, never go with a cheap project. ठीक है? अच्छा, दूसरा, so 5 साल बाद when I had learned my lesson, तो एक बार sir ने मुझे बुलाया, and he said, Romi, let's just put some big projects and you know present it to the seniors and all. तुम ना 5-6 flyover project ले आओ, 500 करोड़ का होना चाहिए. So I said, ठीक है. And I was like this activist literally inside the system, fighting against flyovers and talking about streetscaping. But he was my beloved officer. तो मैं उनको मना नहीं कर सकती. तो मैं घर गई. So we had this project that we were working on that time. It was the Karkaduma TOD project, which was a gated colony project in a 30-hectare site. You can typically imagine जैसे दिल्ली के होते हैं. You will have one conclave and housing, one conclave with a gated commercial, ऐसे सारा plan था. तो उसको we had converted it into a walkable, mixed use, beautiful with shared public open spaces, you name it, and it was like one of those beautiful urban design plans. Now, how does that compete with 500 crore flyovers? So then I called, I think JLL or somebody, one of my friends who was there in CBRE or JLE, one of these firms. I said, give me a calculation of how much this will cost. So I had such goodwill and good friends, so they did it free of cost. So after 1 or 2 weeks, I went to sir and I said, I'm sorry sir, मैं flyover project तो नहीं ला पाई 500 करोड़ का. So लेकिन मैं TOD project लाई हूँ 1500 करोड़ का. चलेगा सर? So sir ने कहा अच्छा ठीक है रखो. करके he ignored me for some time. And I just left the report over there and I went off. After 1 month, there was a press conference and that project was launched. And it was the first TOD project of India, which was launched properly. Oh, ये ऐसे तो बहुत है फिर आप ताली बजाते रहोगे. But these are such tricks that you have to learn the game. The other thing is that, you know, I think in our education system, we also tend to study separately. Like I remember when I was studying, I literally had no exposure to what planning is. I literally did not know what urban planning is. I was architect and I was an urban designer. I had no clue till I went abroad and I understood what the difference is. And even after 15 years in the urban design architecture practice, I did not know what infrastructure means. So I think ये जो हमारा gap है ना, we need to bridge this because our politicians and our leaders will want the growth is linked to the term infrastructure. So unless we understand, unless your project is an infrastructure project, you're not going to get eyes and ears on it. So urban design has to figure out how to work with infrastructure closely. So what ma'am talked about right now about placemaking and multimodal integration at stations. So it needs to get combined. It needs to be, the urban designer needs to be able to say, ki, I will lead this project and this is a urban design plan for say a 10 hectare, 50 hectare, 1 hectare, kitna bhi size ka ho, chahe it is chotu ho ya it is a huge site. I will lead it, sir. And I will do your hard work. I will interface with your sewage treatment guy, your water supply guy, your road infrastructure engineer, your water public health engineer, your air quality guy, your sustainability expert. I will do it. You give the work to me, you give me the money. you sleep at home. I will do the project for you. That is the stand where we have to go. ऐसा नहीं कि अरे आप infrastructure बना रहे हैं, बड़ा गंदा है ये, आपको ये करना चाहिए. That approach will not work because then we are seen as, anti-development and that kind of this thing. Oh, ये तो plan बनाते हैं, बहुत time waste करते हैं. हमें ground में चाहिए, within 6 weeks I want this on ground. So you have to work at that pace and basically make sure that everything is holistic. So the other thing with government is, just go to the Nusantara project so we can quickly jump on that. So just 5-6 slides down. Yeah. हाँ, बस आप इधर करिए. I'll present only 1 or 2 case studies. Again, I forgot what I was saying. What was I saying? उसके पहले कुछ बोला. Anyway, I forgot. Yeah, so infrastructure. Yes, so see, the money comes for roads, metro. आज का budget भी आप देखोगे इस साल का. It's on roads, on RRTS, on metro. So right now, one more thing. Yes, I remember the point. So in most government agencies, in all government agencies, which is like, as urban designers, you will be working with either the municipal corporations or the development authorities. ये primarily दो organizations होती हैं, if you're interested in working in the public sector. In all the development authorities and municipalities, do you know who is the head of the department, the technical departments? Anybody can tell me? कमिश्नर के नीचे वो तो ट्रांजिएंट होता है. हु इज द लॉन्ग टर्म गाय जो 30 इयर्स तक वो पोस्ट रहती है? मैम, मैं आपका नहीं, मैं आई वांट टू हियर फ्रॉम द स्टूडेंट्स. सो या, आईएस के नीचे, आईएस तो 3 साल. इट्स द चीफ इंजीनियर. सो इट्स एक्चुअली ऑलमोस्ट ऑल द डिपार्टमेंट्स रिपोर्ट टू द चीफ इंजीनियर. सो जो चीफ टाउन प्लानर भी होता है, जैसे आप लखनऊ का ले लो, यूपी के किसी भी सिटी में आप चले जाओ, एंड इवन द टाउन प्लानिंग डिपार्टमेंट इज जनरली अंडर द पब्लिक वर्क्स डिपार्टमेंट. And if it is under the municipal corporation, it is under the chief engineer of municipal corporation. Very rare cases में ऐसा होता है कि chief town planner is directly under the IS officer. अगर किसी miraculous moment में वो हो भी जाए कि urban planner is under the IS officer, the architecture department is 100% under the chief engineer, without exception. Without exception. So our job in the government is primarily to give layouts which can be approved. So engineer gets the project, has a budget. Most of the time he'll make an estimate without consulting the architect. They will do the layout, they will hire somebody, get the layout, they will come to the architect कि तुम ठप्पा लगा दो इस पे ताकि हम tender call करें. This is the general way things work. So if you have to make a mark in terms of policy, quality, it has to be done in a way that you can hold your own ground. You should be able to say that, no, if you haven't consulted me during the formation of the project, I'm not going to sign the drawings. So uske liye you have to be confident and very sure of yourself, and also be technically very sound. So anyway, enough gyan. I will quickly go through 2 projects. Okay. So now let me show you my current life after 15 years of life in DDA. I went back to the private sector, and now I am in Arup, which is again a firm that I was working with before I quit and came to India. I have now joined Arup as the head of cities, planning and design. And why I love this organization is that here, it is actually an engineering firm, but it works collaboratively with all leads. And I really love the quality of work that the engineers bring to table, and how beautifully that integration happens. So let me just show you 2 or 3 projects on how we approach different scales of engineering. Unfortunately, the video I think is not working. It's working? Oh, lovely. So ये PPT है? Perfect. So, so this is a project. All these three projects are done primarily from our Arab Singapore office, but most of our projects are global. So a lot of people who come for applying for jobs here, they say, "Ki, ma'am, we want to work on global projects." So the first thing I tell them is that every project in Arab is a global project because every project has experts from at least 3-4 different countries. So this is primarily housed in the Singapore office, but offices like designers from India, from Hong Kong, experts from Vietnam. We have a lot of experts who contribute to projects. So this was a new capital city in Indonesia, and it was a greenfield site. So how did we approach it? And this is where I think the theme of today's talk really is very close to my heart. And this is how we used to do planning 15 years back when I was in Arab 15 years back. We used to do this in every project, which is what? This is a greenfield site. And I think Sir talked about it, Mohan Sir talked about it, and every speaker before me has spoken about it. So we would take the greenfield site, first understand the flow of the water, the lay of the land, how the topography is. वहाँ पानी is the biggest thing, it's the lifeline. पानी कैसे बह रहा है, rivulets कहाँ पे है, ज़्यादा volume कहाँ है, पतला volume कहाँ है, very easy to do. There are many tools to model this. Once you know कि these are the heavy networks of water, the developable parcels are basically identified, preserving the main corridors of water, and they remain. So when the rains will come, these will fill up with water, and when it's less rain, maybe there will be green spaces. And then these developable parcels, what happens there? They also have those networks, which I'll show you. So once you have that framework of blue, actually, which is the water, the blue becomes green. So it's called a blue-green network. जब पानी गिरेगा उसमें तो blue रहेगा, और जब पानी सूख जाएगा तो green होगा, जो आप use कर सकते हैं for recreation or whatever, mobility, anything. On that, we overlay the concept of the 15-minute city, which is you have the transit, you have the the bus routes or whatever you want to have that walkable city concept. It could be a tram or it could be a BRT, whatever you want to do. And then you also overlay the street network. So the street network that leads to the stations or the bus stands. So you have that road street network is primarily important in order to allow walkability. And this map that you see is an overlay of everything. It's an overlay of your blue-green, it's overlay of your transit, and it's an overlay of your walkable street network. Now if I zoom in here, if I just take this thing, now how does this 15-minute city and the green thing, मेरे घर पे क्या फर्क पड़ेगा? How does this whole planning process translate to my life around me? So this is a neighborhood which is a 10-minute catchment. So this is probably going to, आगे क्यों जा रहा है? I don't know. I'm sorry about this. Can you just go? Yeah, that's fine. So this neighborhood, the 10-minute neighborhood, is probably going to be part of my life, my daily life. Can you just stay on that plan? I don't know, I'm sorry why it's going ahead, I don't know. Yeah. So here also you can see कि ये जो micro green networks आप देख रहे हो, sorry, they are also carrying water. So they will continue to function as blue-green networks. And again, when it rains, it's blue. So you can see in this rendering, you can imagine that if this rendering is when it has rained. So some of the greens are actually they have retention ponds, and water welling up. When it's the dry season, it will just be a greenway where you can cycle. And the thing is that with these water bodies, these are not just water bodies. We can design them, plan them to be beautiful water-oriented public spaces. And psychologically, water is supposed to have the most highest impact in mental therapy. Like जो हमारा जो stress होता है day to day का, water is supposed to have the most calming effect. So integrating these retention ponds as public spaces जो हमारे कुंड होते थे, बॉम्बे में कितने हैं जब सूख गए और सारे कचरा भरा हुआ है. So those kunds, these could be those. And they are multifunctional and they have a wonderful role in your life. If you can go ahead. Finally, we can move ahead to the section. Yeah, so this section actually shows that. So it's like a combination. So how Arab works, as I mentioned, that the energy, water, waste, stormwater person, everybody works in the urban design and the planning of the project. So we do what we call integrated, it's called integrated urbanism, yeah, total design. These are the two terms that are used in they were coined by our firm. So your district cooling system, for example, you may have extra water from, say, something else, like, जहाँ से sewage से, STP से extra पानी निकल रहा है. That water can go into your chillers, and you can have a district cooling system which saves a lot on energy. You don't have to put individual ACs in every building. So the process is very integrated, so it's not just about keeping your waterways clean, it also helps keeping your air clean, having this integrated approach. Please go ahead. Next, I don't know, yeah. Now, this is actually a different project, a photo aa gaya, but I'll still explain. So, also integrating the water bodies and the public spaces as night spaces. This is another concept we generally don't think about. That what happens to our public spaces at night and the multifunctional nature of them. Aage chalo. Let's, yeah, this shows the different types of those blue-green networks that we talked about. So imagine this could be, say, a retention pond. This could be like a water channel, jo humne wo blue-green park ka dekha, and there could be a bioswale here, so it's part of the street. So it's a whole layering that goes into your urban structure. And that's how the place may look like. So this actually you see a lot. If anyone has been to China, corner mein you will see these beautiful water bodies which are simply green and many small bridges, and you can just stand on the bridge and enjoy the rain and then walk home. And they are all also working. They are not like aise phool patti nahi lagaya. These are all plants that help purify the water, keep it clean, and of course give oxygen. You can plant flowers, smelling plants, so you get, khushbu bhi aayegi when you're near there. So just, and I think a lot of the experts have covered that. So for Nusantara, the same project, we set up what we call KPIs, key performance indicators, for measuring whether the plan is actually meeting these blue-green codes that we want. So some of these codes were like this, that because it was a greenfield site, so we wanted to preserve at least 75% of the natural habitat of the place. 50% of the open space had to be, the city had to have 50% green open space. Within every plot, again, we needed 60% green open space. And even out of the 40% jo ground coverage hai, it was what we call the green replacement. In Singapore, I think it's called green terracing or something. There's a policy for that. So whatever area you're paving over, you have to compensate that by putting greens at different levels. So basically, you're not removing even an inch of green from your city as part of the plan. So this was basically a brief about this project. I'll not go into the other details because they are not relevant to the theme of today. Now let's jump to another project. Well, I don't know. Can you click on this? Just, I think it's a video. Acha, anyway. Let's move ahead. Just I'll speak for 2 seconds on this one. So this is a very famous project of Arab. This is the London Olympics Legacy Master Plan. And just to tell you the story, it's an amazing story. So if any of you guys have been to London or not, I'll just tell you the story. So they were planning a railway line, which was a national railway line. It would connect to Paris and other regional hotspots. So they, the government was going to take this to Waterloo Station first, which was on the south side of Thames. Arab came in, advised the government, don't do that. Take it to King's Cross and Stratford, which were dead areas of the city. So they said, let's use this infrastructure opportunity to revive these dead areas. So the terminal then was formed at King's Cross, which is one of the most famous projects of urban renewal now. And also there was a stop at Stratford. So Stratford city mein ek developer tha, uske paas bahut sara land tha. So we designed a mixed-use place for him. King's Cross redevelopment started, of course, as an international terminal. Stratford karte and udhar placemaking and all those things were done, integrated planning. The developer sold off the land to another developer. But the plan was so flexible and so good that the new developer also took that on, built it. And that catalyzed the whole rejuvenation of East London. This was in East London. If you're familiar with it, it used to be a really blighted, old, very poor neighborhood. So that renewal started, and based on that, London won the Olympic bid in 2020. So then the team started working on the Olympic Games village, and a revival of these. So this green things that you see, if you can just click on the video again. So the green way that you're seeing along this water body, this was all brownfield sites. They were like polluted industries, contaminated land. उसको साफ किया, उसको greening करने के लिए हमें बहुत कुछ करना पड़ा, because on contaminated land you can't green it. So rejuvenation, getting earth, so excavation work जो buildings के लिए हो रहा था, वो earth use किया गया greening के लिए, to create that ground for greening. And lot of detail engineering things were done. So this is a very good example of how design, brownfield rejuvenation, creative engineering comes together to create this fabulous space in the city. And the amazing thing with this was that Olympics to ho gaya, uske baad what we did was the Olympic legacy master plan. How does this become now part of the city? So we did the phasing, planning of how residents can come here, how they will interface, how this park, which was earlier a plaza for the games, turns into a green park for the residents. So it's an amazing project. You can look it up online. Yeah, it's a fascinating story of urban renewal. And I will show just one last project, which is, if you just go ahead, skip ahead. It's a short one. Singapore, just please go ahead, I'll tell you where to stop. इसको भी skip करिए. This is Singapore, Jurong Lake East. I want to show them, just keep going. Just want to show you one which is at the edge of mangroves, which is I think very relevant to Mumbai. Just not enough time for all this. I think I don't see it. शायद है ही नहीं. Anyway. Yeah, this is SM Bay. Again, you see all these projects, the water, blue-green is used. Keep going. Blue-green is used as the driver of urban design, so to say. The green and blue-green is the primary theme in all the projects. I hope that one is there, the Singapore one. End mein hoga shayad. Nahi, I'm sorry. So there was one which, I think I don't have it. There was one that I wanted to show, which basically looks at the edge of the waterway. Yeah, this one. Yeah. Just click on it, it's a video. So this is an edge where there are, basically it's a sea edge. आप आगे चले गए, I think वो video था. हाँ, ठीक है. Click कर दीजिए नीचे इस पे. हाँ. So, आप देख सकते हैं ना, most of our waterfronts, sea fronts हम क्या करते हैं, हम एक fence लगा देते हैं या wall लगा देते हैं. So this is a coastal, this is an alternative for the Mumbai coastal road, how it could have been. So it's basically, the edges are restored. So we are changing the edge, planting it with mangroves and trees, removing the wall and using the wall to create a walkway, and planting trees, creating artificial marshes and mangroves, like you can actually plant mangroves as well, and restoring the edge so that it becomes a public recreational edge. Very simple. Go to the other one. There's another video. Yeah. So that's the fence. When it is dry, it's like this. It's a green edge. You can sit and enjoy watching the water. And then when it rains, the water simply rises. It covers up the green, but it still keeps functioning as a public space. So this is an alternative to how we can integrate the sea and the Meethi River. Imagine the Meethi River edge becoming like this. Integrating it and using it as an asset, rather than saying कि ये तो पीछे कुछ है गंदा सा नाला types. So we can restore it and think of it differently. This is a different edge. You can see the mangroves in this. There's a building right at the edge and there's a concrete wall. So again, I think this is also a video, if you just click on it. And you'll see how it changes. Can you click on the video? So I hope that gave an idea. And thank you for having me.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. We have a next speaker who is presenting in a virtual mode. Is Vinayak sir present here?
I'm here, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir. Moving ahead, now we invite Mr. Vinayak Bharne. He is presenting today in virtual mode. He is an urban designer and city planner in private practice in Los Angeles, USA. He is the 2023 recipient of the Allied Professional Appreciation Award from the Indian Society of Landscape Architects for significant contribution to the profession of landscape architecture, and the 2024 recipient of John Chase Visionary Award for the American Planning Association for Excellence in the field of city design. He is an adjunct professor of urbanism in the School of Architecture in University of Southern California and co-director of the international think tank and the knowledge platform My Livable City. His project include India's first implemented public bicycle share plan in Mysore and numerous planning and urban design studies for heritage places such as the Align Shrine in Japan, Old Old Town in China, and the Fayum Oasis in Egypt. He is the author-editor of 10 books including Urbanism Beyond 2020, Streets for All, 50 Ideas for Shaping Resilient Cities, and Urban Sustainability Through Brownfield Development. With huge round of applause, please welcome Vinayak sir.
Can everybody hear me? Can you hear me? It's hard for me to see you. Am I audible?
Yes sir, we can hear you.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you all for having me here and lovely presentation. It's a great privilege to follow all the speakers.
Sir, I request you to switch on your camera because we can see you.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. Hold on. Can you see me now? There you are.
Yeah, sir. We can see you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, but I think I'm having a problem now with this. Okay, bear with me. I'm going to try this again. Okay, can everyone see the screen now?
Yes, sir. Your PPT is on.
Okay,
the
thank
screen.
you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Well, thanks again for having me. And I thought that because this is an academic forum, I would do something I've not done too often, which is not to show my practice work, but talk a bit more about research and design, primarily since there are a lot of students here, and this is a lot of work that I've done with some of my students. And I say this with a lot of pride because I must confess that, unlike some of the speakers, particularly, I'm a huge fan of Mohan Rao's work and the other two that spoke as well. Some of us in mainstream practice have not had the kind of successes that many of you have. It's always been an uphill climb when you talk about ecology, particularly when you're doing mainstream planning, municipal planning, to insinuate and be successful in insinuating many of these ideas on a very large scale. So what some of us do is we've taken on the Institute as a kind of a parallel practice where we create propository ideas, maybe even provocations or research that begins to form another way of practice as activism or practice as advocacy for the issues that we feel strongly about. And I thought I would talk about some of them today because I think they could lead to ideas if we have the right leadership and administration to follow through. So the points I'm trying to make today is, as we make our cities, and as we think of how to improve our cities, which was beautifully presented by the three speakers before me, there's another issue that is going on, which is there are a lot of people and a lot of communities that are incredibly voiceless in this larger equation of what urbanization means. And I'm obviously talking about indigenous communities, marginalized populations who actually have absolutely no say in what this is all about. So the decisions of what ecology means, whom it is for, what we keep, what we edit, what we obliterate, the decisions we make in the noblest way. There are a lot of people that simply do not participate in this equation. And so I'm telling this to the students that, I think it's important for us to bring them into this foray because they know a lot, they're part of it, and the more we can include them, the better it'll be. So in this sort of route, I'll just talk about a few thoughts, primarily research, and then a little about some design work. There have been times, even today, you'll be surprised that if you look deep enough, there are incredible ways in which human-nature partnerships are being created, even in the world today. This is a less-known tribe in Papua New Guinea. They're called the Koruai, and they are very well known, but less documented, as the creators of a long tradition of what is called tree houses. Actually people living in trees, imagine that. And not much is available in this information. So these are speculative diagrams that you see on the right-hand side that were done by looking at photographs and documentaries, because no one has actually gone into these forests and documented what these people do. But it's very interesting, just as a starting point, to see how these people live. Because in theory, it provokes a very interesting way in which how we live in cities, what it means for us. So for example, if you go from the top to the bottom, the community finds a healthy tree in the forest. It fells the trees around, and it starts building a house way on top of this tall tree as a way of sheltering themselves from the preys and the predators, from predators on the ground level. But being a organic house, they can only live in this house for about 12, 15 years at most, maybe 20 if they are lucky, with the additional burden of having to maintain and rebuild this house, or at least rebuild parts of it every 4 to 5 years. So that's what you see in the first 3 or 4. But the fourth from the bottom is where it gets interesting. So after about 15 to 20 years have passed, what these people realize is there is no point in living in that part of the forest anymore for a number of reasons. One, they've created a footprint that is damaging the forest around them. Second, the tree in which they've constantly gone up and down every day is now not retaining its health because it's lived its life. And so what they do is they move to another part of the forest, which is what you see to the right-hand side of the fourth drawing from the top. And this is what is so amazing about it. They then take the entire community and migrate to this new part of the forest, leaving the old part to completely replenish itself. And this is a constant cycle which keeps the forest going. So it's a very interesting symbiotic partnership where you don't impose in one place on the forest. And I took this lightly when we started doing this research, but I was working on a project in Panama. But I had the wonderful process of working with the Smithsonian specialist from the Smithsonian Institute, who was a consultant, and it was a heavily forested site next to the ocean. And his way of looking at the forest was completely different from anything I'd encountered, because he saw the forest not as a sort of a uniform ecology, but as an ecology of ages. Certain parts of the forest were tender, other parts of the forest were mature, and he did this beautiful analysis with the caution that the amount of density, the amount of impact, the amount of imprint that built environments put near these different ages can themselves be a starting point for how we think of the relationship between ecology and what built environments mean. The second aspect is agriculture. And there are hundreds of practices, as many of we know even in India, that are prevalent even today, where there is no harm to the earth in any way. For example, there is the one we did research on is the Milpa practice in Guatemala. It is a practice which is called the agriculture of three sisters, which is really three crops. It's maize, it's beans, and squash. And they're called the three sisters because you plant them together. And what is beautiful about it, the maize stalk gives stability to the beans as they climb up and blossom. And the squash, in turn, because of its leaves, shelters the earth and retains the moisture, creating a microclimate for them to grow very well. But there's a bigger cycle to it, as you can see in this diagram, from stage 1 to 5, which they create this sort of food culture under the huge canopy trees of the forest. And then by the time 15 years pass by, the whole cycle repeats itself again. So there again, these are, all I'm trying to point out is when you talk about human nature partnerships, there are such incredible systems that are already in place that simply excavating them might offer us a lot of pointers that we may not be thinking about. But the crisis is looming. And one of the biggest that threatens a lot of voiceless populations is sea level rise. This is in Panama. I encountered this during a resort village project that I was invited to do. And I was being taken through a helicopter ride to look at the site. And down in the water, for the first time, this was almost 12, 15 years ago, I saw a beautiful archipelago of islands right in the middle of the Caribbean Sea on the northern side of Panama. And I never knew this place existed. Turns out it's a place called the Gunayala, which is the independent jurisdiction of the Guna people. So they are their own country. And they have a 1,000-year-old, 500-year-old tradition of building these very delicate villages on coral reefs. And they've been doing this for hundreds of years, and they've been living there. Obviously, there's no road that connects to these villages. So even today, they take you through canoes to these islands. My family and I have experienced this. You cannot go to the villages, but you can go to some of these islands where there's no house. They can drop you there the whole day, and then they can come and pick you up in the evening. The point is, sea level rise is doing three things now. The oceans are acidifying, the water is rising, and these people have nowhere to go. So this is a crisis point simply to remind you that there are numerous settlements that as we in cities talk about how to make our cities better, and there's a lot of wonderful things we're doing in cities. I think cities are well on their way of repair, I would say, but these people are not. And so solutions that are talking about these conditions are equally important. So this is just a documentation. And I'm reminding students again and other people sitting here that research is important. Research not as in, trying to find solutions. I don't think ecology is a subject that we can be as hasty about in terms of solutions, but a sort of a patient excavation or just trying to understand what exists because they can over time offer us things that we don't know. The other one is the nexus between heritage or even world heritage and ecology. And, there are settlements in parts of the world, particularly biomes that are not necessarily tropical, that provide fascinating imperatives for what their future is as sort of continuing heritage. This is Nevşehir Rock City in the Cappadocia region. This is Tufa Rock. And, these people have lived and carved into this Tufa mountain, this incredible settlement. Many of you, I'm sure, have visited this place. But it's not been very well documented. So this is, again, a semi-speculative research. Obviously, we couldn't go there and measure this. But a semi-speculative research based on a collaboration with a team there that talked about how this settlement, once upon a time, a thriving village was buried built over, which you can see in the third slide to the left, and then now completely brought back to life. And so again, simple drawings that can be done that really begin to understand what the sort of spatial nature of these kind of habitat ecosystems mean. And these begin to sort of form a body of work that can now forge ideas on what might happen to them, we might think about them, et cetera, et cetera. And this brings me to a propository idea of a project that we've been doing for about 10 years now with collaborators and friends. And this is in the Central Asian deserts in the city of Yazd. The Yazd, as many of you know, is a World Heritage City. Recently, these subterranean water channels, which are called kanats, were designated a World Heritage Site. And Yazd is unique because unlike many proximate cities that grew along rivers, the history of Yazd is very interesting. It was a transitional town during Alexander the Great trips through the deserts. And so it was only meant to serve the traders that went through there. It was not meant to be a town that was designed from scratch. But what did happen over time is it grew into a thriving town. But the lack of proximity to any obvious water body like a river or a lake insinuated a very interesting hydro-infrastructural system called the Kanat, which you can see in this diagram to the top right. Basically, for almost 20 kilometers around the town of Yazd are subterranean water channels that connected to the Zagros Mountains. And the Zagros Mountains have snow every year. The snow percolates into the ground and creates an aquifer. And these underground channels, I don't have to tell you how many people must have died creating these channels. They're gravity-fed, entirely gravity-fed systems that bring water down, through on one direction only from the mother source well down into the courtyard of every house. So this is a documentation that shows sort of a regional, human-nature partnership that takes the aquifer and starts digging a series of vertical wells, some as deep as 50 meters from the source of the ground on top, that creates this gravity-fed horizontal line that brings the water first to the canals, then to the agricultural fields, then to each of the houses, and finally to the abanbars, which are reservoirs that I will show you in a minute, and ultimately to the dwellings and the mosques. And what we're showing you here is, of course, Yazd has grown, modernized, and because the city has grown to almost 30 times its original size, it is not possible today for these gravity-fed systems to exclusively be the source of water for the town. So modern piping systems are now bringing water from far away into the city. And many of these subterranean channels are lying vandalized. Some of them still work in the historic core, and that's why there is a lot of urgency to think of them as heritage, etc., because they are also made of earth, they're lined with brick typically, and they're very difficult to maintain. Leave alone the fact that if you have a single subterranean kanat going under your house and my house, and if there's a choke or there's something wrong with it, the question is, whose fault is it? Is it your fault or is it my fault? It's still going under both our houses. So there are complicated political subjects, there are complicated social issues. It's a very intricate subject to think about. So what we are doing here as a theoretical proposition is to reinvent the Kanat, because the point we are making is there is one way of thinking of systems from sort of a nostalgic standpoint, in that, okay, we can keep this system, but it's not going to serve its purpose because it's impossible for it to feed water to a growing city. But if you reinvent it, which means that in localized areas, particularly where the kanats are active or where they are not active, where they are damaged, is it conceivable that they could serve as gray water recycling systems, which means that if you have an abandoned kanat, which is connected to a reservoir, so think about it this way. There's a reservoir, which is called the Abanbar, right there. The water is coming in one direction from the aquifer down into the Abanbar and then into the courtyard of your house. Now, what if you reverse this idea and imagine that that Kanat is now damaged? It's dry, it's finished, it's vandalized. It's going to be destroyed underground. So could we now rethink and reinvent the Kanat where you take the grey water from your little neighborhood, take it down into the Kanat, use a motorized intervention to take that water back to the Abanbar against gravity, because remember, the Kanat is unidirectional. So you take it back to the Abanbar, you convert the Abanbar into a grey water recycling plant, and you bring the water back to the houses. So the point we're making here is you can reinvent a hydro infrastructural system, at least in theory you can, in local areas, decentralized, where you can now reduce the pressure on the perennial exported system of water. And that is the best thing you can possibly do in a desert, which is to use grey water recycling. I remember doing a project in Panama where it rains for 9 months of the year. And when I asked my client if he wanted to recycle water, he laughed at me for obvious reasons. But in a desert, it's different. Every drop of water is precious, and so this human nature partnership between how we think of existing hydro infrastructure, traditional ones, is important. And I'm also saying this because even in India, even in South Asia, as many architects are doing, reviving hydro infrastructures is crucial, because I think the water problem of South Asian cities is not an issue of water availability. We all know this. We are blessed with monsoons. It is an issue of water distribution. So decentralizing systems, using indigenous techniques, reviving, reinventing indigenous techniques is absolutely of the essence, because they can reach aspects of neighborhoods and sizes, footprints of habitats that modern infrastructure simply cannot. And in addition to this, you have the other aspects of Yazd, which is the other part of the history. This is the typical section of a Yazd house. It's a marvelous section because you have the rooms for the summer, where most of the family sort of spends their life indoors or underground, and it is the summer section that is connected to the wind tower, which is what you see in all these ideas, which is the hot air is taken out and the cold air is brought in and humidified. And then you have the winter section where the family moves across the courtyard to the vaulted rooms, which have a lot of glass so that the sun can come in. And this is the very prototypical section that continues to become the sort of typological formula that creates variations across Yazd. And then smeared among these neighborhoods are the abanbars. And the beautiful thing about the abanbar is you have a stair, which is called a pashir, takes all the way down, but no one is given access to the water directly because it would contaminate the water. So you have the vents that keep the air cycled, but you only have a controlled point where you can come, and depending on the temperature, the height of the water and the faucet, the temperature of the water changes. So all these systems are there. What we are proposing is there are many neglected, broken abanbars today in Yazd, and we are suggesting that they be repurposed and reused. In this case, because they are underground and because they are moist, they can be reused as mushroom harvesting system. We are proposing the idea that because they are sort of air controlled and mud facilities, you can create a agricultural network of mushroom plantations within them, and many other uses as well. Some years back, before COVID, about 7-8 years back, we had the opportunity of doing a beautiful project in a remote village in East China called Shishinan. And we collaborated with members of Turinscape Academy. Many of you know it's one of the great offices in China. They have a holding there, and through the university, we collaborated with them on sort of doing a joint research sort of studio project. And the charm of the village speaks for itself. This is a village where the historic canals are still active. People still live a very remote rural lifestyle where they grow their vegetables in the village. They fish in the village. It's a very self-sustaining village there. The cycle of food is a zero waste economy. But I wanted to show you this drawing because the key point, and this is not new to many of you. I mean, many of you are landscape architects here. So, but in the spirit of urban design, I think this is the key. Obviously, this was accompanied by other drawings. But the main point is that I think it is time to go beyond land use planning. This is the main point I'm trying to make through this drawing. That the notion of thinking of land use as the starting point, the walkability as the starting point, is not a bad thing. But I think it is not the most significant thing considering the issues that we are facing today. So I would say, considering the tools we have, the softwares we have available now, we are able to see what is below the ground, what is above the ground. We are able to see water flow systems. We are able to see things that were impossible to see barely 20 years ago. And it is conceivable that our nature for strategic planning goes far beyond land use, which becomes 10th and 15th on the list, and you begin to think of system flows, agricultural areas, typologies of insertions in terms of natural ecosystems. Many of you are doing this in your practices, but this is the point that is key. And so the section that you see here is not a section that talks about making the village, enhancing it in terms of uses of programming. What it does is it simply says the green pieces that are available through water catchment and through vast available spaces or small available spaces within the village can now become places where different open space types, different agricultural types can all make a network that within 10 minutes of every house, you can find everything you need in terms of food production, keeping the footprint of the economy completely self-sustaining for a long time to come. But along with this, there is also a practical issue of generating an economy. And so what we have to do here is realize that this village is the hub of many famous calligraphers, that they have retired here, and at least some of them have chosen to retire in this village. So how about generating an economy where the walls of the village now become an outdoor gallery and generate a sort of a tourism where people can come and appreciate the artists? And then we began to realize that the traditional houses that existed have every house has a small courtyard with a water body in it that begins to form part of a network of micro water bodies that fill up in the rainy season. So restoring these homes as part of the bigger system also becomes extremely important. And then to bring it down to India, I've always felt that the most poignant image when it comes to ecology in India is this one for me, which is, this amazingly profound idea that you worship a tree. And I found so much meaning in this that, I've written a book on this. I still continue to research this aspect. The fact that you take a tree, you venerate it, and that tree becomes such an important psychological icon that it does a number of things. One, it generates a microcosm of urbanity that has become a millennial pattern of Indian urbanization, at least I would argue. So while we do planning in the imported sense, land use, coverage, FSI, walkable cities, mixed use, all of this stuff is very, very good. Of course it is, and necessary, and we are shaping Indian cities that way. But there is a magical urbanization already happening in Indian cities, which none of us know how to engage with. None of us, we don't even know where to start. This is a magical phenomenon that is, talk about resilience. This is ultimate resilience. It's happening for millennia, and it's going to continue. And why is this important? Because I've always felt that this phenomenon caters to a demographic in Indian cities that formal planning cannot reach. So every evening, you have a demographic that is at the bottom of the pyramid. These become the enclaves of solace for them. And you have a, bhujia you have a, there is entrepreneurship, there is business. I mean, these are the places that are happening in millions in our cities everywhere. And the diagrams are simply to remind you that this is not planned from scratch. This is not deliberate. This is a sort of a spontaneous planning that is happening, if you can call it planning, where the tree grows under the tree, the little shrine or insignia grows into a rudimentary shack, which is now becoming a microcosm of urbanity. Through communal patronage, it eventually becomes a small temple. Finally, the tree dies, which is the last drawing here, but the spot remains sacred and becomes franchised at some point. And if you dig into the history of Indian temples, most of the mighty temples in India have actually grown this way. I mean, you look at the history of the Meenakshi temple in Madurai, the Tiruvannamalai temple. I mean, many of the big temples grew organically. They may look like built from scratch complexes, but they've grown organically over time. So the question that this raises is this perception of sacred, and I'm not talking of religion as in a religion sense here, I'm talking about it as a cultural catalyst. And I'm trying to pragmatize this discussion a little bit in saying, if this is so beautiful, if this powerful image of a tree that is worshipped is so important in our culture and so powerful and so resilient, does this begin to suggest that the weight that sacredness carries in South Asian cities, in Indian cities, can now become a catalyst, a recognized catalyst, that can do a lot of things about positive urban transformation, like biodiversity
Hello,
protection,
Vinayak
like...
sir. Sorry to
Yes?
disturb you, but 5 minutes more, just a reminder.
Good.
Thank you.
Sure. Like biodiversity protection and many other things that we don't know how to do, that formal planning is not adequately being able to cater. So this is the Theyyam ritual in Kerala. The movie Kantara actually made this quite known recently. And the clearings in which these rituals happen are known as kavu. They are sacred groves that are scattered in the middle of trees. At one point, they were continuous corridors, but now they are broken. But again, they are biodiversity hotspots. And in this paper, we document, all of the marvelous flora and fauna that exists in them. And the question we are asking is, can the sort of psychological weight of these being settings of Theyyam rituals now begin to form a bigger sort of strategic idea of protecting them in ways that formal planning cannot? And then I'll end with this one. Varanasi, a city that all of us know very well. But it's a very interesting city because while there are all mythic connotations in everything that we know about, Varanasi is also a city that has a lot of widows, a widow population, and many of you know why and all of that. And so this is a project that talks, a research project that provokes the idea of how can we empower this marginalized community. And just a reminder that, Varanasi the ecology of Varanasi means different things to different people. The diagrams that you see on top are done by, priests, hermits, artists. So while the river is consistent in some of them, Varanasi changes what it means. So in this case, we documented all the crops that happen throughout the year in Varanasi. And we realized that every temple, of which there are hundreds, which you can see right here, have the consistent sort of need for vegetables, fruits, and flowers. Now, is it possible that in the dharmashalas, where the widows live, we can insinuate small-scale urban farming, partly in the courtyards, partly on the roofs, partly on the clearings around, and through them begin to create a network, an entrepreneurial network, that begins to talk about a year-round strategy where the temples now have a business relationship with this community that could really be empowered in various ways, primarily because many of the members of this community have latent skills that can be used. And so I'll leave you with this. This is a map of Chandigarh, one of the most iconic cities in India. It was done at a time as a symbol of modern India. But modernism at a time also came rooted from the idea of a human nature contestation. It was imposing itself on the landscape. And I remember as an undergrad student, and I'm ending, I was a huge fan of Le Corbusier's work, I still am. But I went to Chandigarh about 15 years after I graduated. I had never been there. And I remember standing in front of the esplanade of the assembly complex, and I pulled my camera to take a photograph of the famous, of his buildings. That's when I realized that I was standing in the middle of a massive heat island, because there was not a single tree in that esplanade. It was huge, humongous, and terribly hot. So what I'm only provoking here is it's an ongoing research project we are doing, where if you invert the idea of Chandigarh now, 75 years or whatever it is since the 1950s when it was built, to focus on the aspects of Chandigarh not as the great iconic Corbusian city, but as an Indian city, which is at least going through three massive issues. The first one is water shortage. The second one is rising land prices. Most of the people who retire in Chandigarh cannot live there. They have to go to Panchkula, Mohali, and other, because the rents and the land prices are so high. And the third one is there's very little access to affordable housing. So if you inverse this discourse now, can we begin to think of Chandigarh in an extremely different way? So I'll only say this. Many of you here know this subject much more than me, but I'm saying this mainly for the students. It continues to surprise me that while a lot of things have happened in the theory of urban design, planning, the concern I see is we inadvertently still approach city making in the same way as we did in the 50s and 60s, with sort of minor trickles of changing architecture here and there. And I think what I like about many of the discussions that preceded me today is they are telling us much better than I am, I think, in reversing the equation completely and being bold enough to say that the starting point for all urban design today and city design as a whole has to be ecology front and center. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vinayak sir. Now I request student volunteers to organize the stage for question and answer. Requesting the audience to be seated and be attentive to this interesting question and answer session. Question and answer session is for 20 minutes where questions will be discussed by the moderator, and then 5 minutes will be given additional for students to raise a question. It will be moderated by Professor Design Chair at VESCO, Harshad Bhatia sir. He is an urban designer, architect, academic, acustician, intellectual, and author-editor based in Mumbai. His professional firm since 1986 dealt with wide range of projects. An innovative communicator, he has been invited to present papers at various conferences, and his writing is featured in Dailies magazine and Referred General. He is the author of book Becoming Hafiz Contractor, The Making of an Architect, published in 2019. I request Harsha sir to proceed with the question and answer session. Can we have lights and all the speakers to come on the dais, including Joel? If the stage light can be little dim, Vinayak sir will be present from online because I request all three presenters to come on dais. Little bit of this is fine. This is fine, thank you. Vinayak sir, can you hear us clear?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
thank you.
can. Yes, thank you.
Over to you, Harshad sir.
Good afternoon, people in Mumbai. Good night, Vinayak. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm glad you could present this thing at this hour over there. It's very difficult for us to know. I'm a little overwhelmed by the presentations because there's been a lot of variety in each of the speakers since yesterday. But let me use, Vinayak, your last comment about reversing the thing. I think we've raised a lot of questions, and I think we are now looking for answers. So I feel I should give some answer to what you said. You know, if you look at the conference theme, it's ecological urbanism. But we have intentionally used the sentence, urban living in equilibrium with the city, with nature in the city. I feel that somewhere have we missed the bus, because Vinayak, you were right in you're showing us the earlier indigenous work, indigenous settlements, how they work. The difference is between the vocabulary which we use. We use the word equilibrium with a lot of understanding about what we are trying to deal with here. Urban clear about when we use the word city, is it the same as a town? Anybody would like to answer that? How would you differentiate between town and city other than the alphabets?
I think the obvious difference, of course, is the size, city and town. However, beyond that, I think the nature of challenges of a town and of a city in today's context is drastically different. City is multicultural, multilingual, multi-faceted in terms of the work dynamics, what happens in the city, industries, services, offices, all of that. So, whereas the challenges in a town are perhaps lesser complex and of a different nature. I think that is the basic difference. And then the responses to deal with those challenges in a town and city obviously are different because of this basic difference in their nature.
Would anybody like to add to that? I feel, Vinayak, we couldn't hear you, but we could see your lips moving. Is there something you want to say? I think you are on mute.
We cannot hear you, sir.
Pallavi, the first answer that you gave was about size. What is happening is everything is getting into measurable a slum condition. So this is the most difficult part for us as architects to deal with. How do we address that? And for urban designers, I don't know whether you all know, but yesterday one of the speakers, I think Prashant Dhawan, showed the elephant with the blindfolded humans trying to figure out what is it, what each part is. I see the elephant as the urban design. You get what I'm saying? That nobody's really understanding what exactly urban design is all about. And when we look at what Kevin Lynch has said about urban design, at some point he mentions that it should be called environment design. Because that word urban gives it a wrong connotation. And environment is not only ecology, it's also the people. So I think we need to really, it's not only ecology, it's also the people. So I think we need to really realign ourselves to looking at how are we going to put the message across so that our policies understand what we are saying. Infrastructure may be the word which we use over there, which is through experience. But can we now look at infrastructure with a qualitative view? Ecology, economy. Can we look at the economy of ecology and then present it, rather than separate them out as to two separates? The way we communicate, we'll be able to make a big change in the policy placing. So like I said, that there were a lot of questions, and so now each question is going into different smaller questions. Then we are able to solve the complex issue. Can we do that? Vinayak, would you like to say something?
I can now hear you. I haven't heard anything that was said so far.
Do the
I
students
apologize.
have any questions? I think that would be very interesting.
See some hands raised up there.
It'd be nice to hear your reactions and questions.
Critiques would be even better.
Hello, my name is Alicia. I'm a fifth year student. My question is to Romita ma'am. Considering the complexities of Mumbai's transit patterns, actually I'm doing, my thesis is related to this topic. So I wanted to ask, what should I look for when evaluating a transit node that needs architectural or multimodal redevelopment or something like that?
You want to look at it as an ecological lens, because that is the theme of the... Would you like that?
I think give her the
Not
pragmatic-
ecological at the...
No, not ecologically. Okay, so let's look at it ecologically. So, again, when we think about these big words, carbon footprint, urban heat island, these some bade words. But actually, they are all very simple things. So when you come out of the station, what do you want? I just want shade. The first thing I want is shade. So having trees so that I can, when I get thrown out of the station, either I'm in a shaded place or I'm inside a building, so that I'm directly connected to my destination and I don't really have to get out on the street. So in the Mumbai context, it's kind of sad because Mumbai could have done the ideal TOD scenario where people move through buildings. It could have been done. So I see these big skywalks that are constructed between train stations and leading to markets and stuff. The same thing is done, say, in Hong Kong, where the government forces the developer of the building, whether it's an existing building, doesn't matter, existing or new building, proposed building, to make the skywalks integrated with the buildings. So when you're walking in that skywalk, so one edge of the skywalk is actually a shop line, or it's a gallery inside a building at the first floor level. Somehow that thinking hasn't entered, because again our thinking is abhi walking chahiye, skywalk chahiye, to skywalk bana do. Lekin usko integrate nahi kar pate hum with the urbanism around existing and proposed urbanism, which can be, by the way, done quite easily. It's not that difficult to do it even with existing buildings. So, having said that, as a student, one of my professors once told me कि जो हम practical life में नहीं कर सकते, वो हम student life में कर सकते हैं. So, आप don't be scared to explore impossible things, which make things better for people. So personally for me, I would enjoy if I have to come out of the station and my home is like, say, 10 minutes walk away. Actually, I use the metro every day and my home is 10 to 12 minutes away and I walk every day to the station. But I would have liked it much more if it was, they were like, through nice streets with shade and retail and with, food and eateries and nice things happening along the street or through buildings which gives shade. So मेरे को ये अच्छा लगता है. But आपको क्या अच्छा लगता है? So you can design it like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, ma'am. I had one more question for Pallavi ma'am. So you talked about different approaches that one can take, the system approach, the project-based approach. And there are a lot more, like there's multimodal integration, TOD, etc. So how should one decide what kind of development approach is most relevant in Mumbai's current transit situation?
So, taking forward from what she said, see, you got to look at what has been the pattern of development in Mumbai or in any particular city. Mumbai could be different from Delhi, could be different from Pune. So for Mumbai, public transport is not something unusual. It is in the blood of people in Mumbai. So what do these people want? What have they been missing out on as an experience? Because the system is already there. The public transport system is already there. The government also has planned to insert new public transport systems. However, for all this while, what has been missing as an experience? I think that needs to be looked at more consciously with an open eye. And what will serve the people, what will enhance their experience, what will make things easy for them to use that system, how the system can be made user friendly with the addition of an architectural intervention or an urban intervention to enhance that experience. I look at it as an experience. When you are spending like 2 or 3 hours every day just in transit, you imagine the amount of time you have spent in transit for entire life or, whatever, 20 years, 30 years. What kind of experience you want to make these 3 hours every day rich for yourself? Are they rich right now? They are not. Crowd is one aspect. But beyond crowd, what could be the other elements or other aspect of that transit experience that the government will not think about, or your planners will not think about, your city engineers will not think about, but an architect and urban designer can think about? Other way of looking at it is many of us nowadays travel in cities abroad. What brings the quality of experience over there? You can find those elements. Now, those cannot be replicated in our cities, but those can always be appropriated, or the nature of those elements can be transformed into the nature of elements that we would want to look at in our cities. I come from Pune, just to add. Pune has been having a metro, but the mindset of people over there in Pune is not the public transport mindset. So what one needs to do there could be very different from what one needs to do here in Mumbai or in Delhi. So that's how you can look at it.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Can I just add to that? I think both the answers given to you were to do with commuting using your feet. Correct? Transit-oriented development means encouraging more people to use public transit. Remember that. It's not an individual's experience. It's collectively encouraging more people in that vicinity to use the public transit system. That's the TOD goal. What they suggested, I think you develop a new way where you call it TROD, trail-oriented development. You create the shortest route to reach that, but with the best experience. And if you're going to propose FSI increasing, then you'll have to call it TID, transit-induced development. Meaning you're not telling people to use transit, but it's giving you more opportunity to build. So that's a development error. Develop a theory from your understanding in the collective sense. I hope you could hear me.
Yes.
And there was another aspect also which she asked about, right? Multimodal.
Yeah.
TOD works only when you have a number of different transit modes within walkable distance. You understand? If you take a particular transit system which is alone, but there is no other public transport system within walkable distance of that, then you would not encourage TOD.
Okay.
And if you're looking for a site within the city which is existing, then you got to really look at it differently, because your approach is going to be to how to change the situation, as she had shown about, the cattle sheds, Gaushala, and the sports authority.
Yeah.
So how do they encourage people to actually use public transit in a place where people don't stay? So you change it. Your policy should be also looking at car parking of private cars as away from, this is not within the transit node. So you discourage cars. You encourage public transit. That is TOD. Now coming to an experience in the vehicle, you can sit down. If you're an architect, if I'm traveling in a metro, and if there's a dead wall, I'm going to look at outside. Let me do animation on the wall. Why only do it outside? So when I look outside, I'm seeing a full film run through. You get it? Painting on the wall of the metro tunnel. I mean, small things, small insertions as urban designers can really make a big difference.
I have a question for all of you on this. This is a very, very important question. All struggle with a lot is, do we really need a T to make a TOD? And I've struggled with this question a lot. And I would argue that I've felt you don't need a T to make a TOD. I think if your city is smart enough, the T part is the cherry on the cake, in my opinion. I think intelligent development is intelligent development. So you can prepare a city, at least in theory. Believe me, I understand the complexity of Indian cities, and I'm not even going there, but I'm just giving a theoretical academic answer here. The true notion of a transit-oriented city sometimes has to anticipate that transit will come in the future. Sometimes it has to build on existing transit. Sometimes it has to seed the making of transit. There are many ways of thinking of TODs. So what I encourage you to think about is, it's one thing to think of TOD on a node where you have a transit station, but it's a whole other way of thinking of a TOD as a system where all the transit stations may not have happened right away, but you can still allow development to happen. And that is the true nature of planning, because you can plan it in such a way that the transit station will come in the future, and the city over time can become transit-oriented more and more and more.
I would like Mohan to respond to a question I have. You mentioned about blue and green, obviously, RO, this thing, but I think if we look at the transect, you're familiar with the transect, right? Sometimes what I notice is that as designers, we are looking at one and we are trying to put it in transect number 4. I think somewhere that needs to be, let's say, how do we bridge that gap? Now, Pallavi showed her this thing about 500-meter radius or diameter? Radius. Now, I would argue against that because I'm not really flying. I'm walking the street at 500 meters. So that will be a smaller area because the streets are meandering, they are not straight. But when I look at your way of looking at things, or look at learning from nature, then I feel, let me learn from how the crow flies and achieve that. So what Vinayak says, I feel that it makes a lot of sense for look at it in terms of trying to commute with the least use of energy in terms of vehicles, etc. Maybe we try to encourage more pedestrian movement from places where we stay and within distance, and obviously bring in the experience also. So I feel somewhere how do we bridge this gap between the crow flying distance and trying to look at it in the reality that exists of the roads not being straight?
So you gave several instances of transects, of blue-green, of movement, urban areas, and essentially looking at a way of thinking that can help bridge these aspects. Essentially, it comes down to an OCD that all of us have by training, which is to design, right? You believe that unless you control every single line that is drawn, and that is why we draw lines on nature, on water, on land, we feel our existence is futile. So a lot of times systems are resilient enough that they can self-manage, even self-correct, without overthinking it or over-designing it. And a lot of the very expensive failures we have seen across the world is because of this obsession with over-design. Now, whether it's an architect, engineer, bureaucrat, it doesn't matter. But this need for controlling every single aspect of a million people is the beginning of many of these problems.
Sir, I have a question. Right now, I want to add to a point that the point is not yet covered in this session, maybe not yesterday. It will get covered in the next session, upcoming session. I want to talk about informal settlements. So this is something I think we are talking about greenfield development, but informal settlement is something which is going to be future of Mumbai, I believe. And that is the area which needs concern. And if you are talking about people here with the ecology, so how do you see the future with them? What is the ideal way to deal with?
What do you mean by informal settlement?
Informal settlement, let's say right now Dharavi project is something which is going to come in.
You're talking about a slum. There's a difference between the two.
Yes, so there are two conditions. There is one which is recognized, one which is not recognized. But if we are dealing with that, if there's going to be a redevelopment project, there's going to be piece and parcel development happening here and there. So how do we see that at the larger level? Because that is an area covered densely with these kind of settlement. And if you want to deal it, it is going to be a top-down. Normally, what is the ideal way to deal it? Because government officials is going to be there, and there's going to be vision, and there's going to be a perspective of them more involved in that. So, as an urban designer, how do you see that we play a role with this kind of a scenario?
So, are we talking about informal settlement or are we talking about a slum? First, tell me that. Slum?
I think both the perspectives
Okay.
important.
So, because both are very different. Informal is when you have something which is not designed or planned. Very simple. And a slum is an informal settlement, but every informal settlement may not be a slum. So, that's the first thing. What is the definition of a slum?
The condition.
Which is?
The deteriorated condition, the sanitation or the no proper sanitation or no proper development happening within the area, lack of resources.
Macro bhul jate hain. Let's come to, supposing you are living in a slum. What do you think that means for you? Have you seen any documentaries on that? It basically means you don't have access to even basic things like daylight. Forget sunlight, forget sewage treatment. वो तो बहुत में नहीं होता. You don't even have access to daylight. People are living in homes which don't have windows. They are living in homes made of tin sheds. So in 50 degrees, just imagine what's happening to that. And there is a woman in that home who is spending maybe around 20 hours of the day, maybe 4 घंटा बाहर जाती होंगी. She's in that oven for 20 hours. So that is the life of that individual inside the house. And then of course, all the other stuff, there is no sewage treatment happening maybe. There is no clean water. There is no guarantee of clean water. There may be clean water, but I'm not sure how clean that is. There is no emergency vehicle access. ये luxury है ये तो. Emergency vehicle access luxury है. Daylight access नहीं है. मतलब वो vitamin D क्या तो हम tablet लेते हैं ना. Think of that. So, yes, we all have this thing, oh, we romanticize it. it is not at all romantic, let me tell you. So I think we have to think of that basic. Let's put ourselves in that situation and then think what I want. And then you will get the answer.
I have some audience have some 2-3 questions I was told, and we have just 5 minutes. Any students? No, we can discuss over lunch.
Good morning. Myself Smriti Singh. I am from 5th year. My question is for Vinayak sir. In your presentation, you mentioned about empowering the widows of Varanasi, in which you particularly mentioned about seasonality and partnership. Can you elaborate more on how to go with it, or what was the procedure you took, like while studying them or giving them, like what should be provided to them, and what was the study? Can you elaborate that?
I'll just send you the paper. You can read all about it. That's the best thing to do.
Okay.
There was nothing crazy about it. It was just that, when you talk about agriculture, you have to follow the seasons. As you know, in India, different crops go throughout different parts of the year. You have to partner with the seasons. That's what it was talking about. But Arshad, if I could take a minute, I'd like to talk about the previous question. I've always felt that there needs to be a semblance of humility in our profession. I don't think it is possible for urban designers to solve the problem of the informal sector. I think we need to be okay with that. I think there are numerous organizations. This is for the person who asked the question. This is a subject that is the most significant in India. It is the most perplexing and the most challenging. And there are numerous organizations, Spark, others, numerous people. A whole other conference could be held on that itself, that are already doing incredible stuff. I think the important thing for us to acknowledge is it is not possible for urban design in the mainstream sense to know how to engage with these kind of settlements. It is not our business to pretend we do, and we should. What does that mean? That means we need to accept the other expertise of nonprofit organizations or many other kinds of practices that exist out there and bring them center stage to be partners with us.
Yes, thank you. There's a question, audience.
Hi, I am Nikita, second year master's student in landscape department. So first of all presentations were really, really good, and lot more learning we had in all 4 presentations. My question is for Mohan sir. Sir, you said that no need for same solutions, but the same approach can solve your problems, many problems. So I want to know that what was the most surprising or a challenging discovery during your work in Hampi that reshaped your approach to the project?
I don't know if I discovered anything or not. That's too grand a term. Yes, I mean, the work has been going on there for 30 years now.
Wow.
Even on an average of a couple of visits a year, sometimes 10 visits a year, means that it's hundreds of lessons, classroom lessons that I've had to take every time I walk through there. Lots of learning, lots of surprises, of course, because we have only been trained to look at it from an architectural, physical, monumental perspective. We have never been taught to look at cities as extensions of landscape. Even as landscape architects, that is not something that is, even discussed. So to realize that, and it is not something that was designed by one grand designer and made to happen. It developed over centuries, and it is completely mind-boggling to realize that successive generations continue to have the same vision. It's not a written vision, but a vision that says that you need to be embedded in the landscape. And that is, of course, it comes as a revelation after you've gone through this, because it's not merely like the evolution of a temple, where it is physical and it can be transferred as knowledge. This is a lived experience. So every single aspect, to realize that our imagination of the urban and rural, which came up earlier, is so flawed, because We think food production happens there, food consumption happens here. Where you look at medieval cities, and Hampi is not an exception, including Paris.
Quality of town centers, quality of place. It was the same. You could see that घरों की quality different है because a different demographic is living. Obviously, जो दूर रहते हैं, they are not that financially well off. But infrastructure और facility की quality में कोई फर्क नहीं है. That was the difference.
Thank you all of you for amazing presentations. I'm Vaishnavi from 5th year. I actually have question for Joel sir, Rahul sir, and both of you ma'ams. So as studying urban design, what policies do you think need change and attention from the authorities, like from government? And for ma'am, I have a question, why are those policies very difficult to implement and to give attention to?
So as ma'am said earlier, that high value projects get priority more than the small value, like footpath repairing the footpaths or like that. So high value projects get preference. So what can we do that instead of the name of the engineer or some like the person in charge, he's getting that I have completed this project, and that instead of that, how can we focus more on the welfare of the community or the sector?
See, many questions don't have straightforward answers. We need to get that. There are approaches which could be built over a period of time out of your own experience, and that could be your response or answer to that. And your questions are valid, by the way. As a student, it's very valid question. I don't have an answer to you. What policies could be changed? I'm sure there are many of them. Every policy in our country might call for a change. Why is it difficult to implement? There is no difficulty in implementation. The only missing link or the gap is a strong willpower to deliver as a service. See, government systems is a service. Private sector is a service. If there is a willpower to deliver it as a service to people, it could be delivered, it could be implemented. There is absolutely no issue. There's a lot of money in every sector, every policy it is designed in a way that it can be implemented. So what you're asking for needs a lot of study. It cannot be answered in 1 or 2 lines. But as I said, one has to explore before you find an answer to your own question. So as students, I think one should be very open to explore. None of the doors, once you pass out, don't close them. Whatever opportunities come to you, come forward to work with the governments. Many of us are hesitant in working with the governments. I haven't worked as a government employee, but I have worked as a consultant to governments. And it's very interesting to see the system, how it works, how it operates. And while you see that, while you observe it, you will yourself come to know the challenges. See, most of us in private sector are used to sitting in air-conditioned offices and working. It's the best way one can work. You go to a government office and figure out how a deputy engineer works, how a senior engineer works, how an executive engineer works, how the chief engineer, what kind of work environment they have, what kind of work pressures they have. So for people like us to even expect something from them, and it's natural to expect, but we have a very poor understanding of what challenges they face in executing or delivering policies or their jobs, if you mean it that way. So just be willing to explore and figure it out.
Yeah, so any more questions? Make it fast.
Hello, I'm a second year master's student, Dipti Mhatre, landscape master student. My question is to Mohan sir. So sir, when we saw your presentation and we've been studying, we had assignment to even study Pani Ki Kahani, so we are very involved with water. So I just had a thought that like Hampi, Rajasthan, the traditional water systems, they celebrated water, like there were step wells, tanks, ponds. But now in cities, the mindset is that we just want to push the water underground or in drains. Water is seen as a problem rather than a solution. So I just wanted to know, as young designers, how do we change the mindset in cities where we are seeing water as a design element rather than just something that is a problem?
Yes, you're absolutely right. One is that we need to stop thinking of it as a problem. There can be an issue, there can be a challenge, and there are many different ways of dealing with it. And I don't agree with you when you say in cities we don't celebrate water. As humans, we have stopped celebrating water because we have gone from being societies to cultures to civilization to now we have become markets. We are either an emerging market or a matured market. We have no pride in being. So that extends to every action of ours, whether it is how you deal with water or how you celebrate the tree that Vinayak was showing. So, and every metric, like you were saying earlier, boils down to some kind of number. It could be an earning number, it could be a spending number. So I don't think it's a question that's limited to city people or even to designers to say how do we bring back the focus. I think this is something that one needs to really think about, and given every opportunity, ensure that you put up a fight. Even if you lose it, it doesn't matter.
So
Thank you, sir.
We call it a day now. I'll just end by saying, for students, read the book Rationality and Power by Bent Fliberg. If you read that, you will understand policy making better, because power has a rationality and rationality does not have power. Okay. For the informed readers, I would suggest read the book The Human Home by J.A. Walter. He talks about nature as the new religion, and it makes a big difference in your thinking. So let's call it a day for now for this morning session. We meet after lunch, sharp at...
I'll announce.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Abhishek will announce.
Thank you to all dignitaries, professionals, guests and students for being attentive and participating. Now we move ahead with the felicitation. So I invite our beloved Principal Dr. Professor Anand Achari sir to the dais. I request Anand sir to felicitate architect Mohan sir first. Now I request Pallavi ma'am to please, yeah. Yeah. Paromita ma'am, please. Vinayak sir is present from the virtual mode. We really thank you, sir, for being.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Now Rahul. Rahul and Joel, please. And Joel also, thank you. Wait. साथ में करो. हाँ, हर्षद sir last. And finally, Harshad sir. Group photo. Yeah, I invite everyone to have a group photo, please. Sir, go. Sir is there, Vinayak sir is there from at the back side. Okay. Yeah. One more photograph, please. Yeah, with this light only will I think have flash. Yeah. Is done? नहीं दिख ही नहीं रहा है. अच्छा, थोड़ा लाइट कम. Thank you all the dignitaries. We request all guests, registered participants and staff to proceed for the lunch on the first floor library. I request students to take a break and come back by 1:40 to designated areas. Student volunteers, please usher guests to the first floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Devi Prasida, faculty in the Masters of Urban Design at VESCO. I extend a warm welcome to all the esteemed dignitaries, speakers, guests, faculty and students who have joined us today. We have had very insightful talks and panel discussions over the last 3 sessions, and we would now like to begin with our concluding session of Conclave 2025 under the theme, The Future of Cities. The future of cities is a theme that invites us to pause and ask, what kind of cities do we want to live in tomorrow? As we explore this question through the lens of ecological urbanism, we begin to imagine cities that breathe, adapt, and nurture both people and nature. It's about more than just smart technologies. It's about creating places that are sustainable, inclusive, and resilient. As architect and urbanist Jan Gehl said, a good city is like a good party. People stay longer than really necessary because they are enjoying themselves. This theme challenges us to design cities where people thrive, communities flourish, and the natural world is not an afterthought, but an integral part of urban life. The speakers from diverse backgrounds in this session will share their thoughts on how cities are evolving and what lies ahead. The talks will be followed by a panel discussion and question and answer session. I kindly request all the speakers to please keep their presentation within 20 minutes. The first speaker of today's session is architect Samir Sheikh. Samir Sheikh, sir, is an architect and urban designer with 25 years of global experience. He's a founding principal architect at Architecture and Urban Design Studio. He's also the HOD of M-March Urban Design course at VESCO. Architect Samir has worked globally for companies of international repute like Jacobs, BDP, Johnson Fane, San Jose Redevelopment Agency, to name a few. His work includes urban design and architecture projects in South Asia, USA, UK, and the Middle East. He completed his Bachelor's of Architecture from University of Mumbai and Master's in Urban Design from University of Colorado, USA. He is an IGBC accredited professional and member of professional institutions like IIA, American Institute of Architects, and IUDI. Architect Samir's key interest lies in the convergence of sustainability, technology, and research to create livable and inclusive cities. Let's give a warm welcome to architect Samir Sheikh. So please take the stage.
Previous and next, right? Can I get a glass of water? Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everybody. And thank you, Devi, for such a wonderful introduction. I hope after lunch everybody is still awake and not feeling drowsy. I would like to also thank our principal, Dr. Professor Anand Achari, for giving me this opportunity. Basically, I'm a wild card in this presentation of sorts, and I'll do my best to do justice to the presentation and make it as interesting as possible, because I had very little time to actually prepare for it. Without ado, I'll directly jump into the presentation. Of course, the session 4 is known as the future of cities, which is a very vast topic, right? I mean, in terms of how you define what happens. Nobody knows. I mean, when you talk about future, when you talk about tomorrow, do we know what will happen tomorrow? What will happen a year from now? And now, here we are talking about future, right? And how do we define future? What is future? Is it 10 years? Is it 20 years as per the planning sort of norms? Is it 30 years, 50 years, 100 years? So what do you mean by future in the word future cities, right? So that's a question that should always come to our mind as well. Just a minute. So when I started this presentation, two key texts or books actually were an inspiration for me. One was Patrick Giddes' Cities in Evolution, where he talks about cities as living organisms. So, cities not as buildings and infrastructure as separately, but, everything working together, as, Buckminster Fuller also said, the spaceship or space Earth, where it's an ecosystem together, right? And which is dynamic and evolving. So we have to make sure that we understand that the city is not static. It keeps evolving, and it's a living organism. And by living organism, we mean that all the elements that go into a city, whether it is buildings, infrastructure, ecology, the sociology, everything works together to form this eco system. And he also mentioned about a holistic and a long-term plan, right? And I'll come to that, what do you mean by a long-term plan? Because just before this I mentioned that, what does long-term mean? So once we move ahead, you'll come to know what I mean by long-term. The second book that inspired me for this presentation was Emergence, The Connected Lives of Ants, Brains, Cities and Software, right? And it's by Stephen Johnson. Now, I read this book long time back when I was doing my master's, and it had a profound effect on me in terms of looking at any system, for that matter, or any organism or network, for that matter, and how things interrelate or correlate between biology, technology, neurology, cities, computers. And in this book, he tried to sort of bring together this commonality between these different aspects, and what is common between them. So these are the two texts that were an inspiration for me. So before we when we talk about cities, everybody knows what a city is. I don't know if I ask anybody over here, what do you mean by a city? The first question that comes to our mind is a city is a collection of buildings and plots and land and infrastructure. But the true answer is a city is people, right? Without people, there is no city. If we have buildings, if we have land, if we have infrastructure, but no people, there's no city. So for a city, people are the molecules of the element that is the city. So if you remember what you learned in chemistry, in your 8th standard, the molecule and the atoms. So when you have a molecule, the different atoms that hold or create that molecule are the people, basically. So it's very important to understand that when we are looking at a city, we are essentially looking at people, right? The buildings and infrastructure come in later on, right? But more important is understanding the layers that are there in a city, because there are several layers, right? There's the economic layer, there's a ecological layer, there's a infrastructure layer, and there is sort of a sociological layer, a people layer. So out of all this, I think the one thing that binds all of this is the people. So we should always keep that in mind. So I will be talking about, before I move to, I'll divide my presentation into two segments. One is I'll be talking about three concepts, ideas, which are not necessarily architecture or urban design, but they are sort of taken from science and philosophy and technology and sort of cutting edge research that's happening out there. And the second part is a case study or a project that we had done, which kind of manifests some of these concepts into it. So that's the way I have formatted my presentation. The first idea, the first concept, if you see, is called the complexity science. I don't know how many of you have heard about complexity science, but it is about the relationship of small parts with each other that create a whole. Right? Give it some thought. It's the relationship of small parts and connections between them that create a whole, and then this whole interacts with the environment, right? And try to relate this to what happens in a city, right? Or whatever happens in any system or a network, right? For example, here, it's the brain, the neurons, they sort of get connected. The brain, if you see, it's a brain, but the brain is a brain because of the interactions between the various synapses and the neurons, right? So that, I've tried to make it sound simple, but it's not as simple. There are people who are doing tremendous amount of research on this, but essentially it's basically this. And this again, it's how the system interacts and forms relationships with plans that you're making. For going ahead when we are making any plans or system. So I'll just come because one project called IIT Mandi campus, which I had worked on. This is a town in Himachal Pradesh. This IIT Mandi project is a huge 550 in a valley in Himachal Pradesh, Mandi. And when we studied the context, this is what a town in Himachal Pradesh looks like. It's on a mountain hill. So what we did was, we said, and there's a reason, there is a logic why it happens. There is an ecological logic why things happen, because of sunlight, because of availability of sunlight, because of the watershed, because of the slope of the land, because how the sunlight hits the mountains. So there are various ecological reasons why that image was happening. So we tried to use that same concept in our campus and create a campus which was based on the same logic that the town was based on. So that's a master plan. That's a circle which we created as the seed cell from which the other buildings actually emerged. What's interesting, before they kick me out, is there was no master plan, right? So what we had was a series of buildings which were built around rivulets, slopes, certain ecological barriers, and then the client said, this doesn't look good. You should have some nice axes and some nice circles and some radii and all of this. It's like, no, this is a master plan. It will evolve. It's not going to be static. We're not going to give you a plan which says this is a master plan. It's like, but the government needs it. They need a master plan. It's like, no, this is not what we are planning to do here. What we are planning to do is incremental planning, because the site where we have looked at the levels, so all the buildings are planned as per the levels. This is a typical village where you see the buildings are actually below, and that's also for drainage purposes. And we did that similar thing on our campus as well. So water, because when you don't take care of the water and how the water drains, your retaining wall becomes quite thick and it becomes very difficult to manage. So understanding how water travels, and especially the water during the summers is dry. So you come to know of where the water is flowing only during the monsoons. So you couldn't do a master plan unless there is monsoon, right? So in the monsoon, when the water was flowing, we understood, okay, this is where the water is flowing, we'll put the building over here. So unless we know that, we couldn't do a master plan. So it had to be incremental, it had to be smaller in scale and grow as we go along. So, yeah, I think my 5 minutes are up. There are many other things about IIT Mandi that if you have any more questions, I can answer them. But when it comes to future of cities, there are certain movies and certain books that I love to read. Some of the movies are, many of you must have seen it, The Happening, Mortal Engines, City of Ember, Wall-E, and Black Mirror, one of my favorites on Netflix. And books-wise, books by Ted Chiang, because he looks at the future of cities and how humans will react to technology, very engaging, and books by Jorge Luis Borges. So these are some of the texts that would interest those who are interested in the future of cities. So that's it. With that, I will end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Architect Samir Sheikh, for drawing insightful parallels between the city and the concepts of complexity, emergence, and self-organization, and also for sharing the excellent movie and book references. Now let me introduce the next speaker of our session, Architect Anuj Malhotra. Architect Anuj Malhotra is a landscape architect and has served as a technocrat with over 23 years of experience in urban development. He is currently the head master planner at NMDPL Adani. In his journey as a development professional, he has worked in creating urban development strategies, urban design schemes, transit-oriented planning, urban financing of infrastructure projects, EV policy and program of Jammu and Kashmir, creating integrated land use and transport plans, complete street designs, urban placemaking, road safety designs, and formulation of urban development control norms. He has served a diverse range of organizations in the development sector and has managed and led multidisciplinary teams to deliver urban design, urban development, and urban infrastructure projects. He has worked in several cities across India and has contributed to writing of urban road code of the Indian Road Congress, co-authored the decongestion plan for Delhi for the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and created guidelines for implementing bicycle sharing in Indian cities for the ministry. Let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Anuj Malhotra. So kindly take the stage.
Hello everybody, nice to be here, and thank you Urmila ji for inviting me to this this forum. I'm facing the students after a very long time, so I'm very nervous. Also nervous because my wife is here to judge me, but thanks so much. I'm very glad to be here, and I wish to take the discussion which Samir just started in his presentation, and he was talking about systems and about how human life is connected with each other. And that's really profound actually, because that's something that as we grow in our profession and as we do a number of things, number of projects, and we realize that how simple things are actually, and how simply they can be dealt with. And that is something of which I also realized in my journey as a professional. As ma'am mentioned that I am a landscape architect by training, but actually I think I've transcended a lot of boundaries of being a landscape architect only, and I have some acquired knowledge as I worked in my profession on urban design, on transport planning, urban planning, and a lot of hydrological systems planning that I did. So, and today as I think back at all the 20 years or 25 years of work, and I feel that these boundaries that exist really are pulling us in all different directions, while actually the best way to go forward is to collaborate and to actually look at what other profession is doing and try to be in line or try to shake hands with it. And sometimes we get overtly, you know, skewed in our thinking about what a landscape architect does and what an urban designer does, what an urban planner does. And really speaking, it is nothing but collaboration which can drive us forward. So I want to give that thought because I think that thought came in some time back when Mr. Vinayak told that urban designers can't do informal planning, and that is correct. But that is also true for landscape architects, that they can't do informal planning. And that is true for urban planners, they can't do informal planning. That is true for engineers, they can't do informal planning. True for bureaucrats, true for politicians. Nobody can do urban planning for informal sector. But in fact, everybody can do it together. So that's really the key here. We can start. I want to, okay, I can change from here. Yeah, okay. A borrowed graphic from one of the organizations, non-profit, and really shows the simplicity of life and really shows what we all desire actually. We don't desire flyovers. I don't think anybody desires to travel 2 hours in a train, being away from their family on a daily basis. Maybe even if he doesn't have a family, he can spend a time in a club or he spend a time in a market watching a movie, better than spending time in a train. So this simple life is something that I think we all desire. I think the future of the cities, if we really need to talk about, is whether we can achieve this simplicity in our cities, and whether when we are out of our office, can we go back to this place? I mean, can we go back to the outside of the office and be peaceful, you know, not really have the stress. I think right now we have stress all over, even in our out of office life. I'll come back to this. I really, this is very cliched now actually. I'm sure everybody has heard this saying. And we actually, when I was working as a government employee, and this is something that I'm happy that I was able to let everybody else also see. You know, I had realized it myself, but it was a challenge to let other people also see the same thing and then appreciate it and then build it. So that's really the thing. If you get what you want, basically. So you have to be clear what you want and be absolutely crystal clear about it and go for it, come what may. This is the graphic that shows the walking capability of a person, and generally it's 1.1 meters per second walking. The important thing that the statistic doesn't tell is that when you walk, you actually walk with all your senses. You know, you smell, you hear, you feel, and maybe you talk to yourself. So something goes on in your mind. So walking is really, I personally found it one of the most spiritual ways of being, you know, like it really makes you stress free. And not just that, I think walking is pretty fundamental. I had a picture, it's not there in this presentation, where, you know, one of the happiest moment in a parent's life is when they see their child walking. You know, the first step is always the landmark event, and it all goes away when you are 20 years old and you want a car, you want you don't want to walk. It's actually not so still in a lot of other cities except our cities, that the basic infrastructure does exist and people do walk, and even in the coldest of climates people walk, even in the harshest of summer climates people walk in all other cities, and that's how we are able to enjoy those cities, because we can walk in those cities. So I think that's really one of the most fundamental things, and we like that about our cities, and we love. One of the things when why we love our old cities is because it's all in the reach of a hand. You stretch your hand and you can touch a shop, and you can interact. This guy, and you'll find a lot of such people who just be outside, and you can, if you want, you can talk to them or not. But what it does is that, one, that it makes the street interesting, of course. The other, it makes it interactive. The other is also that it makes it safe, because people are around you. I'm not sure there's any CCTV camera on the street, but it's safe because there are people all around you. So that's really the magic of walking, and magic of our old cities, which allow for that, and even without a pedestrian infrastructure, because the street is just so narrow. So I was this one, maybe we can go to that first video. There's one experiment that we did in Delhi. Paromita was my co-worker, and we both did it together. This was the experiment of pedestrianizing one of the most difficult streets of Delhi, which is the Ajmal Khan Road in Karol Bagh. And so can I move the slider from this? Yeah, okay. So I'll show you what was it before. Incidentally, we got a drone shot done. So this is how it was before, and it was nothing but chaos. If anybody of you have been to Delhi or are from Delhi, would know that Karol Bagh is one of the most congested, divine places in Delhi, where everything exists together. There's no differentiation between people and cars and auto rickshaws, and everything just exists in the same space, and they happen all together. And it's vibrant, it's chaotic, and but the problem is that you don't have really a space to walk, because there's just anybody honking all the time. In the evening there will be too many vendors which will take up the space, and that one guy who just sped past, they'll keep honking as they're on the way, so you really don't get a peace of mind. And it's heavily commercial, like it's a lot of retail on both sides. You can see the number of people there are and the number of vehicles. The people are probably 20 or 30 times more than the number of vehicles here, but this one vehicle just damages your experience of shopping in this area. So this was Karol Bagh, and what, as you can go to the next file. Yeah, thanks. And after our experiment, we did was we marked out, and we kind of took the junctions as the places where vehicles could stop and pass by, but the rest of the street was completely left alone for pedestrians, and it was really magical. You can see that barricaded portion here, and that's where the vehicles are allowed this side, but this Ajmal Khan, we don't allow vehicles to come. And suddenly this this guy who's a corner shop here, ice cream shop, we put some benches here. Suddenly his business thrived, because more people come, and then there were a couple of other eateries there. suddenly it was like a beautiful, lovely experience to be in Ajmal Khan Road. It was completely different. And what people told us in Karol Bagh was that this is a park in Karol Bagh now. They equated it equal to a park because it was peaceful and it is a road. So the entire experience of shopping and the entire experience of being here completely changed for the people. And I met, we used to work all nights here. For several nights we worked. For all these markings we worked with the PWD and the municipal corporation together to get some of these things done. All temporary, very low budget, by the way. And it was a brilliant experiment. I appreciate it. It's still there to some extent. A lot of changes have happened, but to a large extent it still exists. But it really showed the people over there that what it can mean to, let people be and let the pedestrians have their space. So, very, very key experiment. And to a lot of people, in fact, I know that even in the COVID times, when the businesses were down, a lot of applications went to the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi to ask to, get the pedestrianization out of here and let the vehicles flow as they are. And the Governor Saab put his, he did not allow it. He said that no, let it be the way it is. And it is still the way it is. You can see the junctions where the cross. So anyways, point is that we can go back to the presentation. So that's really the Ajmal Khan Road and that street. And we could not dig holes here and put trees here. Otherwise, our plans showed trees, but we put some pots here to at least have some semblance of plant life. But having said that, how street grids have really informed the urban planning through the ages is that the more the streets there are, the more opportunity there is for people to actually exist and have more retail and have excellent experience. On the other hand, if you have very, very large roads and you have large block sizes, it really doesn't lend itself to that kind of vibrancy. So just to say that even New York, and I have this old image of 1800s when the first time the grid was laid, and that grid was again a very small grid, but it really lends itself to a lot of vibrancy. So walkability in that sense is not just about good infrastructure, it's also about how frequently you can access activity on both sides of the street. So I'll come to some of my work in Srinagar. I'll skip these slides. It's a little slow, I think. Yeah, sorry. Maybe go back. Yeah. So we can start from here. So this is one statistic for you. This is a very recent study we got done, and you can see that these both are of the same year, by the way, both side graphs. The left side doesn't have walking trips. The right side also has the walking trip. So that's the walking trip. And still in Srinagar, even in 2022, when this report was done, 43% people walked as their main mode of transport. So walking is not gone. I want to tell you this. It's still in. It's in and it's big. So please don't feel that people don't walk. They do. Even in Mumbai, the largest amount of percentage of people walk. And people who use public transport have to walk to the public transport more often than take any other mode to public transport. So people walk a lot. It's just that we don't see them. And because why don't we see them? Because sometimes we are in a car or we are in a rickshaw, and incidentally we try to ignore them. This is the state of our cities. This is Srinagar, by the way, but I'm sure that most of you would know that it is your city as well. The pictures aren't really different. Same chaos, at same amount of lack of safety at the junctions. Nothing changed. Even here in Mumbai, I don't see any greatly nicely done junction where people can cross safely. You can't. So that's really a very big issue here as well. And just a simple, there's a college here, girls' college here on this side of the road, and there was no cut here in the median. So we actually put a cut here in the median just to let the students cross the road. That much we love the car that we can't do even a simple cut for people to cross the road. And of course the walking infrastructure is hop, step and jump. You can do all kinds of those things. You can't really walk. And there was one incident I remember that, this Amir Khan show which used to come many years back. Yeah, correct. So there, this disabled guy or the guy on a wheelchair was interviewed, and he said that, I get, so he lives in the US, and he was saying that the country makes me walk. I'm able to walk in US, but here even you are not able to walk. So you are the wheelchair guy in India, and I am the walking guy in the US. And it really touched me there, because that is absolutely the truth. Because by chance you are on a wheelchair, you can please stay at home. That's the safest place for you, and you may not go outside anywhere. That's really a sad state of affairs. So anyways, very bad infrastructure. And so one of the things that we as government, I mean, when I was in the government, I was with the Srinagar Smart City. I was head of planning, by the way, not head of landscape. One of the things that we did was to first, sorry, this is not working really. Yeah, because you may be knowing that Smart City mission, there was 1,000 crores given to every city, and so every city had to do a certain amount of work. So we were also, we were like toying with the idea as to how to spend those 1,000 crores and where to spend that. So we decided that we will spend it where the maximum impact is realized, and which means maximum impact to the lives of the people. And that all these studies show that it is right in the heart. So we did all our projects right in the heart of Srinagar. And that also became made it very complex, because maximum footfalls are in the heart of the city, which means that if you do some work, it is going to affect a lot of lives for that period of time. But in any case, we know that the impact of that would be far greater than what we do otherwise. So we did these 4 things. We upgraded roads to complete streets, which means that there is good allocation of space to each of the people kind of modes. There's some of the important ones we fully pedestrianized, and we did a shared public NMT system. Also we did an public transport system for the entire city. So a lot of public transport as well as walking initiatives we did. But one of the important things that, so this was the structure of the, one of the important things that Srinagar did was actually create a planning wing. Now you can call it a planning and design wing for what you will. The point is that there is a planner or a designer at the helm of things, and that is an important thing. I think one of the speakers did talk about how engineering overtakes planning and how engineering overtakes design. And that's really a big struggle in the government also, because in the government generally the engineering is given a slightly higher priority than planning or design, even in the terms of how it is structured, the entire governance system. But I think here we wanted to sort of change that, and thanks to my boss who made this very clear line that all the planning work will be seen, or design work will be seen by the planning department, and the execution will be seen by the engineering. Although we could give suggestions to each one of us, both of us could give suggestions as to how to improve planning, how to improve engineering, but the main sign off would be by the planner himself. So that was a very important thing, although you as student would not realize it, but I must tell you that very soon you are going to be out in the field and you will realize it that very day. So I was anyway, so those were the activities, and one of the things that we did was the riverfront of Srinagar. Now, when I was actually interviewed for this job, I was asked that how would you do the riverfront of Srinagar, and because I already had a riverfront on my CV, which is the Sabarmati riverfront. I was there as a planner there, and Sabarmati riverfront is a lot different than what Srinagar is, as you already might knowing. And I was actually asked as to would you do it the same way, and I said that the Srinagar riverfront already exists. What I just need to do is just enrich it. That's all. Nothing more I need to do, and that's what we did. So this is the Jhelum riverfront, and this is the Lal Chowk area, the famous Lal Chowk. This is right in the heart of the city. So what we did was we did all these streets. All of these streets we redid. As I told you, we did the city center, and we also did the riverfront. And this is only 3 kilometers long on the left side as well as the right side. You can have some various institutions on both sides of the river. We have some important hospital right here, and these 2 bridges which carry people on both the sides. Go next. Yeah, those are the linkages. The red ones are the newly proposed linkages that the street typology that I showed you earlier, that we should have as dense street as possible. So these are additional connections. If the distance between 2 connections is large, then we introduce 2 more connections so that people can come towards the river more frequently. So those are, and we did some studies as to where the crash points are, where important locations are of people connecting with each other, and where the ghats are. Next. And how there is a slightly low active zone and a high active zone, and therefore what could be the change in the section, how it can be. So these are some sections we did, but I'll show you directly to the planning. These are just images to show that we worked on each element, etc. Yeah. So when we were envisioning the riverfront, one of the important things is the access, the most important thing. And we turned every stone on the path of removing the access. We improved the access like anything. Every street which led to the riverfront was improved, and a ramp was added, a proper staircase was added, so that people could just come to the riverfront and enjoy riverfront public space in the evening. One of the reasons why riverfront was in a bad shape is because people were not able to reach the riverfront in the first place. So that was one of the things that we did. Very simple. You can see how the accesses were, and now we have converted them into public spaces which are inviting. Let me just go back so that you can see it once more. That's really the riverfront there was. And now I have the implemented image as well. So this was the idea on which we were working. Removing of fences, removing of walls, removing of extra wires, and just doing a very plain, simple walking space, really speaking. So all of that, you can go off forward. So these are all envisioning exercises that we did, but so here we can stop here. So if you look at how we got space for the riverfront, was actually by optimizing whatever public space we have. So one of the things that we did was this 14-meter wide road, which was actually 24-meter wide at some places, and some it was 19 meters, somewhere it was only 9 meters. We optimized it to 9 meters overall, and then put the rest of the space to the riverfront. That's really the key thing here. The rest, everything is very, very simple walkway. So riverfront, which was earlier fenced off by 2-3 spans, there was another concertina wire also lying here. All of that was removed to make way for a fence-free environment. And then we started on to actually execute it. You can see the height of the fence here. Just go back, please. Yeah, you can see the height of the fence here is actually only 40 centimeters. So it's just notional. And we just put a light here actually so that it lights up this passage. So we just used it as a light thing, worked around the nights, and that's what we got. Yeah, it's a simple, humble riverfront. Nothing too spectacular, but extremely efficient, extremely user-friendly, extremely pedestrian-friendly. In a sense that we actually shortened the road, but what has happened now is that the speed of the vehicles has risen so much that now we are thinking of putting speed breakers here. Why has the speed increased? Because now people like to walk here, and nobody is walking on the road. So that we did not think of that eventuality, but it's really dangerous to now cross the street. We can go forward and you can see, put parking spaces here so that you can just drop off and just come to the riverfront. So that's a wider footpath, and then we have a very lean footpath here, and it's thousands of people on a daily basis. And I'm very happy that all the locals here actually use it far more than the tourists. Of course, the tourists also come now, and that's really the riverfront. But anyways, the point was not to show the beauty of the riverfront, but the fact that you can access the river and access it safely. That's really more important. And I think that's, once you give the space, then people know how to use it. They can do all kinds of things. Point is that you should provide the space. So although this looks very simple, it was 1.5 years of struggle between me, my boss, and my colleagues. Because I was saying that we need to optimize the road, and everybody wanted to increase the road. So that was one very big struggle, and rest was simple. The rest was not that big a struggle. There was a huge fence here and full of shrubs and completely fenced off. This is flyover coming down, and these guys never could come down. We completely opened this up. We actually took away some part of this building. This is public building. And so we took away some part and created this access from the junction. So now there are many new accesses which are also created to the riverfront. And that's really the magic of it. So that's on the right side. Again, you can see the halat, and now it's all open. You can just go there, while away your time without spending money, of course. You can just have a nice walk, a peaceful walk. You can sit here, watch the river, sit here, watch the river, watch your friends, do that. I think that kind of informality is sometimes we miss in our cities, because every time we have to go somewhere, that place will be a mall. Of course, in Mumbai, we are quite blessed with the Marine Drive and some such spaces, but not a lot of them. if you come to think of it. We are 2 crore people and we have only 1 or 2 marine drives, so not a lot. And this was Polo View. Again, we kind of remodeled the street to make it a plaza and just make it completely pedestrian. And we redid the road which is behind this, which was earlier not present, and now it's a fully pedestrian space. Yeah, if we go back to the plan, please. Yeah, so this is now the pedestrian space, which was earlier 2 roads, and this is the new road which we did so that the shop people can get their stuff from that road. So this had to be done. If this was not done, we could not have had the plaza. So we did build a road which was new. Sure. We'll keep going. I'll just show you one more. So yeah, so that's really one of the things that has happened because of this is that shops are open till 11 in the night. So usually in Kashmir they would close up at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock. Now we've got a nightlife because there's a space where people can hang out. And of course it has meant better things for the business. I'll just show you one more example of why focusing on public space is so necessary. So this Maulana Azad Road, which is right in the heart, and that was the Polo View which you just saw, that's the riverfront, and that's the Maulana Azad. So this again is a very, very important street, and all of these problems are, we can go fast. Yeah, all of these are problems of the street. So we redid the street. So this is how it was, and now it's actually now this. So we took away a lot of space from the road for making the walkway and also for making so by the way, this was not easy. I want to tell you this story, if you please allow me a little bit. That it was a very big struggle getting the road to be slightly narrower than it was, because the amount of traffic that this road holds, everybody would want like a flyover on top of it. But the point is that, you know, whatever amount of road space that you build, it is always going to fill up with cars. So, but you will not get that space for people to walk. So it's very important that we preserve the space for people to walk so that our general public who can't afford a car, or even me who can afford a car, would love to walk because we would love to shop here. And that's really the key here, that we should try to get that thing that we want, no matter how many obstacles that come your way. So I would like to end it here saying that one of the things that make space for nature to come in to the city is actually trying to be looking at where your public spaces are. And in case you do not have public spaces, then you can't really bring any nature in the city. You will actually cut it down. So as much as you can, please try for having as much public space for people, for them to exist, and for a lot of activities to exist, and to have your stress-free environment. So this is Lal Chowk in the end, and now it is a very big plaza. It used to be a very bad space, a lot of traffic, and now it's so it used to be this. You can go back. You can see how many people can you count on this plaza, which was earlier. So all of the people are trapped behind the car over here. And now just count the number of people. The big transformation that happens just by remodeling and providing people the space for them to exist. The cars are still there. The road is still full, by the way, but there are more people. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Anuj Malhotra, for highlighting the importance of walkability in cities, for stressing out the importance of streets as a public realm, and also about improving accessibility to water bodies, and rightly pointing out that future of the cities, which is our theme for today, lies in creating livable and human-centered environments through the examples that you have shown. So let me now introduce our next speaker for the session, Mr. Rajesh Phadke. Mr. Phadke is an urban planning professional with more than 37 years experience in the development sector, covering aspects ranging from master planning, planning regulations, framing development control regulations, granting development permissions, project feasibility study, project implementation, infrastructure planning, township projects, multi-services special economic zones, environmental aspects, to name a few. He has worked as Chief Executive Officer of Lavasa Special Planning Authority and as the CEO of JNPT's Special Economic Zone. He was also the administrator for CIDCO's Nagpur and Nashik projects. He is currently working as a Chief Architect and Urban Planner for JNPA, Mumbai. His presentation will draw insights from the initiatives and experiences of JNPA. We welcome you, sir. Please take the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am going to present a case study, we can say, how the city, it is not even a city today, can be called Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority's area, which we call it as a port city. How we have to plan it and execute and live in coexistence with the nature. Any port has to be very close to the sea, and sea, along with its benefits, also brings some vulnerability. You have observed sea will have high tide, sea will have storms, sea will have tsunami, and sea will have a lot of eco-sensitive, ecologically sensitive areas. And this port cannot be away from the water at the same time. So it has to be near the water, sometimes going inside the sea also. So the port activity, along with that port activity, whatever comes, you have to deal with the nature and plan the city. That is what is the today's focus. So living in equilibrium with nature is perfectly coined with the port cities, because they are more on the water side, more on the all ecologically sensitive areas. So how city planning lives in coexistence with the nature in port cities. Just an introduction. Jawaharlal Nehru Port started when the idea floated that now Mumbai port cannot function because South Mumbai getting choked with a lot of traffic. They can imagine that if the container moves on all the roads of South Mumbai, they will be totally choked. So container movement has to be away from the Mumbai city, but you cannot give away the port requirement and the importance of the port. So they started a new port on the two islands, Nava and Shiva. So this Nava Shiva island was the name given to this port earlier, Nava Shiva port. Then later on changed to Jawaharlal Nehru port. So this port is again a major container port. So this was identified an area in the part of a Navi Mumbai development plan. CIDCO is developing Navi Mumbai on 334 square kilometer area, whereas Navi Mumbai's this port is on 33 square kilometer area. So 1/10 area it occupies. The land was acquired by CIDCO because anyway they are the New Town Development Authority, and then immediately handed over to Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority. So this is just a transition. Earlier it was registered under the Major Port Trust Act of 1963. And it was called as a JNPT, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust. Now in 2021, there is a new act, Major Port Authorities Act 2021. And this act has given a more legal backing for the master planning, for making regulations. What it says, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority can make its own land use plan as per the section 25 of this act, Major Port Authority Act. Many of you may not be aware. We all are familiar with MRNTP Act. But this new act, which is a central government act, so it has given a specific provision that the plan prepared by the board of any major port will supersede the local plan prepared by the local authority. So that is the advantages. So taking these advantages, Jawaharlal Nehru Port prepared its own land use plan and made its own regulations also to implement the projects in the Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority area jurisdiction. So this is the advantage of becoming an authority. The location will explain by animation. Now the location, many Mumbai people may be familiar, but outside people, there is a Navi Mumbai International Airport coming up, which is just 14 kilometers away from the JNP area. Then there is a Mumbai Trans Harbour Link, Atal Setu, which is landing just 2.5 kilometers away from the JNP area. And there is a suburban train now started from the last 2 years, which is an extension of Harbour Line from Nerul and from Belapur. Now you can go directly to the JNP area until Urand. So this has changed the lifeline and the commuter's perspective coming to the JNP area. Otherwise it was based only on the bus transport from these places. And there are 4 stations. 4 stations from the Ranjanpada, Navashiva and Dronagiri and Urand. So 2 stations are very close to it. And Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority has developed a special economic zones also on 277 hectare area. Now after the suburban train, there are few more projects. It is called SIDCO's Integrated Logistic Park, which is coming up, which has not yet come up. And there is a multimodal corridor of Government of Maharashtra, which will be touching the area of Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority. And again, there is a dedicated freight corridor. So many important, national important projects are touching or directly ending in JNPA area. So lot of projects are coming up, and it is also surrounded by the industrial area development by special economic zones and Navi Mumbai SEZ, which is just touching this. Now it is changed to Navi Mumbai Integrated Industrial Area. SIDCO has also developed an industrial area very close to the JNPA's area. So there is a residential development of a Dronagiri node and this dedicated freight corridor I have explained. So this is the port. So this is a major container port having 5 terminals and handling nearly 6.5 million TEUs. What is a TEU? Is a 20 feet equivalent units. They count this cargo, containerized cargo, in terms of a TEU. Every 20 feet equivalent container is called as 1. So 65 lakh TEUs, that is the containers, are handled by port in a year. So lot of truck traffic is expected and lot of facilities required for the ports are this. So this is the land use plan. First exercise is a preparation of an existing land use map. What it shows, majority of the area, 33% goes for the mangroves and all other related to mangroves, like a mud flat, like water bodies within the mangroves, then bunds, and then some other marshy areas. So all including 34% goes out of the total area for this mangroves related area. Then majority is a transportation communication area because of the rail traffic required, road traffic required, and lot of parking area, centralized parking plaza, container freight station. So many things adding together. So major land use is again a transportation land use here. So this is the land use plan prepared by Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority. So if we talk in terms of now to convert this port into a city area, when we studied, the existing population is only 21,000 only on 33 square kilometer area. So this is a very, very low population compared to this. All people, either they commute from the Navi Mumbai for the work related to the port and port allied activities. Nobody is staying here. When we check what are the reasons are that high-end facilities required here are not available. There is no even a single mall, no single multiplex, no departmental stores, no hospitals, higher grade hospitals, no engineering, no polytechnic, no medical colleges. So for everything, people try to locate themselves in the surrounding area where everything is available. So the approach was to develop a city which will be an independent city like a Nerul node or like a Belapur node or a Kharghar node. So with that we started. So this is the proposed land use indicating that. So when we plan, this is not the part of a presentation. The maximum thing what we try to create is a job creation in the industrial area, SEZ, in the port area related activities. So 2.47 lakh jobs will be created, and this city can hold a population of roughly 2 lakhs even after the development, redevelopment happening and allotting more and more residential area. So this is what this city is planned. Now coming to the how to plan in equilibrium of the nature, that is the biodiversity and green. So these are all existing in the JNPA area, that is the mangroves, mud flats, bund, water bodies, salt pan. So out of this 814 pure mangrove area, it is carved out through the help of mangrove mapping through the MRSAC, Maharashtra Remote Sensing Application Center, and handed over to the authority. This is how it looks. That top end is a port area. The road going through the green area, right side is a mangrove area and left side is a hill, which is again as a condition of the environment clearance on the Jawaharlal Nehru port. You have to keep the hill as it is. No development, no building, no towers to come up on this hill. So this hill area, we call it as a Sheva hill, more than 200 hectare area, to be kept green as it is, and you have to enhance the greenery of this hill. Right side is the mangrove, don't touch. Even for any road to be taken, central government and high court authorities approval is required because it will be cutting few mangroves. So relocation of mangroves, everything is a tough task always. Now, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority did not stop there only. They thought this is an area, lot of marshy land, lot of areas with the mangroves, etc., very near to the sea coast. So obviously there are many migratory birds. Flamingo is very commonly known, but other than flamingo is also so many migratory birds. So JNPA appointed this agency, Gujarat Institute of Desert Ecology, to study all what kind of migratory birds comes, how to protect their habitats, how to increase their number, and these protected areas, and people should also be known. These kind of birds in so many areas comes here. We are just waiting this report to come so that we can implement whatever is the recommendation of this report to enhance. But still there are so many migratory birds you can come and see in this areas, because lot of areas which are beneficial for these migratory birds are existing. Then what we did appointed another agency to study the flora and fauna of this area. And even today, even if I go in some areas, you can sight a jackal, you can sight a very good different type of a mungus here in this area. And of course, birds, butterflies, everything you can see. But this is properly studied and mapped and displayed there in that area so that people are aware what kind of flora, fauna is existing. So people will protect it when they know it, when they become part of it. That is the idea. Then we propose in the master planning one sort of a park where it will be a central with the maritime museum, but it will be a cultural open space, permanently open space, only with the landscaping, nothing else, no civil work, no hardscaping to be done, so that people can come together, because in this area there are 5 existing villages. The maximum population stays in these villages and only in the colony of the JNPA. That's all. These are the 2 major residential area in JNPA area at present. So this park is also proposed. Now coming to the sustainability vision, because being a central government organization, JNPA is loaded with so many programs of the central government, state government, other programs, etc. So Harit program or greenery programs, or so many things are there. So on that also, of course, the focus point is the sustainability. So sustainability is a green port initiative, renewable energy, lake rejuvenation, oil spill response facilities, CSR activities, energy efficient solutions, plantation, and shore power supply. I will explain quickly one by one. So this is through the government program to do the capacity building. So various capacity building to increase the sustainability aspects is done through the government program. But this is more important that people also should be made aware what are the sustainability aspects taken up. Now, this is what we have proposed in the master plan. More and more such sites for the observation of the birds, observation of the flora and fauna. This kind of structures we will be preparing in the gardens and the open spaces so that people can sit, and we are trying to use these defunct containers which are not now in use. They will be used, put on the logs, and with the welded staircases they will go up and silently observe these birds, silently observe flora and fauna, and sometimes a walkway in the mangroves also can be prepared on the logs so that people can enjoy whatever is the life existing in the mangroves and understand the ecosystem very well. Coming to the plantation, Miyawaki plantation technique is now no more a new thing, everybody is aware. So using this technique, JNPA has planted more than 1,40,000 trees in the green belts, including the green belt of special economic zone. So if you come and visit, you will see lot of trees there because it is showing the result. What is the advantage of this technique, you all are aware, it grows the trees very fast and they are closely planted. In 1 square meter, 3 trees are planted, whereas you know the spacing between the trees, normally we keep minimum 3 meter to 3 meter. So here lot of trees are there and so many number you can achieve using this, create a really urban jungle. Now the lakes, there are 15 lakes, man-made and natural lakes. What important, we listed them, we mapped them doing the actual survey site. Then we associated with the things. Many are the religious like Ganpati Visarjan or some other activity. So those are mapped, studied, and for these lakes we took a program of rejuvenation. Rejuvenate the lake along with whatever is linked with the lake with this, because there are many man-made lakes which are in the villages. So that is also undertaken. This is the list of the lakes, and JNPA has taken rejuvenation of the programs. 4 lakes are complete rejuvenation work. Other lakes are also going on. Then solar energy again is not a new thing. But JNPA, whatever is the total, 50% energy requirement, nearly 8 to 9 megawatt energy is required. Out of that, 50%, nearly 4 megawatt generating through using the solar energy. That is the important. And we talk so many things, but it is very difficult to reuse the STP water. You know, understand. The buildings are constructed long back in 1986. Now the STP is functioning and government say you reuse this recycled water or the treated sewage effluent. Then again a pipeline is laid and this water is being used everywhere in the township area for horticulture purposes. We could not use it for the flushing purposes or for the cooling tower purposes in township because there is no dual plumbing system existing in all the old buildings. But whereas in SEZ area, special economic zone area, from the day one, because this started SEZ in 2016, so there a dual plumbing system do exist. We have laid the double pipeline. Every industry is compulsory to provide a flushing tank along with your domestic tank and fire tank. So this water they have to use compulsorily, and JNP is also using this treated sewage water in township area as well as in this SEZ area. Sorry, I miss is one. There is a 10 metric ton solid waste management plant also, which is very well functioning. The plants are very high to create a methane gas, use it for the cooking and also for the energy generation. That is still it is lingering because you have to do it with the local people. So the local people, the challenge is sorting of this garbage. So all this practical difficulty, why I am saying, because I am coming from the practical world, not only the academics or theory world. So all the challenges you should understand, and when we plan the things, consider all the constraints, consider all the difficulties and then execute it. Then of course the lights are replaced with this LED lamp. Then also all smart lighting system is there in the newly built office of JNPA, so that when you enter the light is switched on, when you go out of the cabin the light will be switched off automatically. So lot of energy saving, lot of carbon footprint, and we are accounting it, doing a tally of it, and all things are maintained properly in a record. EV charging, there is a main focus to use EV vehicles because a lot of vehicles are required. Even to handle the container, these trucks, we are trying to do it on the EV. For the example we have started, so cars are also being used in the EV or CNG. So convert it into from the diesel. Then electrification of railway track is complete. Earlier it was all diesel engines bringing from the Jasai loco shed to the entire port area. But now everything is electrified. So lot of saving of the diesel is happening. Now urban living in industrial area is possible. This is the road cross section. Paucity of time, I will just skip it. Then this is what is the program for. Because when we are coming from outside and making a city in the local area, there is always a resistance. So to integrate along with the local people is very important. You keep this in mind because they treat you as an outsider. You are doing something else, and unless you integrate them, give them jobs, give them skill development, give them opportunities to be a part of this growth story, they will always keep resisting. So JNPA residential township, health and well-being, I think this also I can skip. Then CSR, community integration, this is very important aspect. Then only the port will get more and more benefit or more support from the local people. Yes, this is the concluding one. So in renewable energy, then percentage of port equipment, etc. So everything we are trying to increase in terms of the percentage. Reducing fresh water consumption by, if you use more and more recycled water, you need a less of a fresh water requirement. Then energy consumption also is try to be reduced using this floor fitting. That's all. I could not finish it in proper way, but anyways, thanks for giving opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh Fadke, for the presentation. I now welcome the last speaker of the session, architect Urmila Rajadeksha. She graduated in architecture from College of Engineering, Trivandrum, and went on to do her master's in landscape. Her work for the front garden of the Prince of Wales Museum, Mumbai, has been awarded by an honorable mention at the 2010 UNESCO Asia Pacific Awards for Cultural Heritage Conservation. She has worked on developing an interpretive forest park in Nashik and initiatives in greening rural housing policy as a UNDP consultant for the state of Maharashtra. She has been equally active in ISOLA, the National Society of Landscape Architects in India, and is presently serving as the honorary president of ISOLA. She founded and headed the first master's program in landscape architecture in Mumbai from 2016 to 2022, and is presently heading the Master of Architecture program at VESCOA Mumbai. Let's give a big round of applause and welcome Urmila ma'am to the stage.
What do I use to move the slides ahead, or somebody will move it for me? Which one? This is left and this is right. This is ahead. So good afternoon, everyone. We've had 2 long information-packed days with a lot of information and long, interesting sessions. So being the last speaker of the day, most of you may be also looking at when we're going to end our day. So I'll try and keep my presentation very short, very crisp, so that we move ahead and look at the much-awaited panel discussion of this session. So this is a very familiar, iconic structure in our city. All of you know this. We take pride in this as something which shows how great our city is. And I just wanted to take a moment to pause and think about why we take pride in it. Is it that we think we are building something which will, endure forever, be there forever as an image of our city? And is that how we really want our cities to be built? So this is one of the large infrastructure projects that we have, one of several across the city. But sometimes what happens after these infrastructure projects, I did something wrong. I think you just go ahead. Yeah. Is a scene like this as well, which we are all too familiar with. So then why does this happen when what we really set out to do is get a better life in our city? Is there something that we are not thinking about? Is there something that we are missing out? And is there something that we could look at? Is it that we forget to put in something into the planning of our cities? When we look at making them, we do aim to make them better for people to use. There never is an aim to make them come to this miserable condition. So what is it that we are really missing? So something that helps a city come back, as we've heard from the morning, a city or anything, come back to its earlier form, is the word that we use is called resilience. And what I felt is to some extent missing in our city planning is looking at the resilience of the landscape when we look at the future of our cities. Next one, please. Now, in our traditional planning, in our Indian knowledge systems, we never really thought of lack of interconnectedness. Everything was connected and connected to nature. Nature was what we built in, and nature was part of us. So to quote Rabindranath Tagore, the highest education is that which does not merely give us information, but makes our life in harmony with all existence. We go ahead. So then, what is it that we need to learn from nature? Does nature live forever? When it's faced with storms, when it's buffeted with winds, faced with tough conditions? It's not that it continues to endure the way it is, but it makes sure that it finds a way to come back. And that actually is what resilience is about. So I was looking for a quick way to kind of encapsulate what we mean when we talk about landscape resilience, and something which has been well documented. And of course, I also am an academic. So maybe that's why I chose a way that to depict this. Can we go to the next slide, please? So this tattered looking volume called Design with Nature by Ian McHarg, whose quotations, whose examples, and everything that you've heard throughout our conclave, was a seminal book that was published in the year 1969 in the United States. Now, what was interesting about this book was that it was a compilation of academic studios like you students do in our college, which were conducted by Ian McHarg, who was a professor. And the difference that was there in that time, in this studio, was that in almost all his studios, he had multidisciplinary collaborators from various fields which were often unrelated, from fields of literature, from fields of ecology, science, biology, anthropology, and many others. Now, it was published in 1969, and it is a seminal book in print even today. But something more interesting happened 50 years after the publication of this book. Can we go to the next slide, please? So if you see the small yellow square on the top right-hand corner, is the book which was put together by the collaborators and contemporaries of Ian McHarg as a kind of a tribute 50 years after the publication of Design with Nature, called Design with Nature Now. And it is again a compilation of works, but this time not of studios, of actual works that have happened. So I've picked up just 5 projects. In fact, I would want you students to go through both books. One we have in our library, and the other we'll probably get soon, and understand what the connection is and what this has happened. So the first project that I picked up was a green belt which was planned across the continent of Africa. Now, to just give you an idea of size, end to end from Senegal to Djibouti, it's almost about 8,000 kilometers. So what is 8,000? Many of you coming from, say, Kurla station to our college, that's about 2.4 kilometers. Coming from Chembur here, maybe about 3 to 4 or something like that. So 8,000 is what we're talking about. It's longer than what is Kashmir to Kanyakumari. And initially, in the 1950s, this was planned as a tree belt. planning was fine, but whether it would have survived as a project, I don't really know. But with the change of view that started off with probably Ian McHugh's book and then progressed further, this is today a documented work which is put into place not as a belt of trees, but as a farmer-implemented belt of hedgerows with a restoration of habitat. So it becomes a self-sustaining belt that stretches across. The images that you see below the yellow square book are some of the implementation pictures of this project. Can we go to the next slide, please? Now this is another, these were two of the larger projects that are there in the book. This is a project that spans from the United States of America to Canada. And this was a recreation of Habitat Connect between Yellowstone and Yukon. So you may be aware that there was a national parks movement that originated in the US, where a great importance was given to the national parks and they were preserved. And because they were preserved, we kind of assumed with the knowledge of that time that the species within were preserved also. But it took the mapping of a she-wolf who traveled this entire way to make planners realize that these spaces were also interconnected. This again is a belt which is almost 3,000 kilometers, right, somewhere around Kashmir to Kanyakumari, which was connected, and various habitat connectors like the ones illustrated on the right were put in place. Can we go to the next, please? So this is a project which was part of a competition which was conducted in the wake of Hurricane Sandy in New York. So Hurricane Sandy affected the very pride or heart of New York, Manhattan Island. It affected other things as well, but Manhattan Island was shaken. And that is what prompted this competition. This iconic project, many of you may be aware, it's a project of big group called the Big U, which was visualized as a protective berm around this island, wrapping up this east side. But it was more than a berm. It was also planned as a space which would be not just a single berm, but a series of berms. So like a necklace, a string of pearls is what actually the designer called it, which would be planted with native habitat and also create spaces for communities. Can we go to the next, please? So this is a project in the Netherlands. So some of you may be aware that a large part of the Netherlands is situated below sea level, and because of which the Ministry of Water in the Netherlands is one of the most important ministries, and almost anything that happens needs a certification from them. So to protect the beaches, rather than replenish the beach with sand, dredge the sea, replenish, and damage both the seabed as well as the beach in a continuous action, the Dutch came up with an idea called the Zand motor. So the idea was very simple, grand in a scale in a way. They created this sand structure, dredging the seabed one time, where for about 5 years, the sea would replenish itself. You can see the diagram on the right, which illustrates the modeling of how this would work. So for once done, for 5 years, they didn't need to re-dredge the bed again. 5 years is, of course, not a big time, but it's better than dredging it every year. Next one, please. So somebody spoke about the Olympic Park in the morning. I think it was Romy in her presentation. So this is part of what George Hargreaves' plan was for the Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park. So the Olympic Park had various stages to it, as she had explained as well. So stage 1 was the stage, which is the one on the left, which was during the games. And during the games, it was expected to house a whole lot of people. So what was done was that you had wide roads, spaces for people to move, crowds were expected to move. It is also interesting that this was implemented on an area which was toxic because of chemical industries which existed there. And she also dwelt a little bit upon the effort that went into making this land fit for use. So once the games were over, the part that she spoke about, which was, kind of rejuvenating the neighborhood in the area, was what followed in the next plan, which is to the right of it, where the wide roads were narrowed down for use of the community. Parks came in place of the hard paved area. So right from the inception of the project, the thought of how to bring resilience back to the land is something that went into many of these projects as a thought process. So I'm looking at these 4 to 5 projects which I'm presenting before you as something which is a kind of an opener, and would really be very happy if you would look into the books for yourselves and understand what is the difference that this has done. So, yeah, next one, please. So thank you. With that, I end my presentation for the day.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Now we come to the last segment of this session, the panel discussion. I request the student volunteers to kindly set up the stage. So we have with us the following speakers in the panel: Architect Samir Sheikh, Architect Anuj Malhotra, Mr. Rajesh Fadke, and Architect Urmila Rajadhyaksha, ma'am. The session will be moderated by Architect Mohan Rao. I invite all of you to the stage.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
I invite all the speakers to the stage. I also invite Architect Mohan Rao, sir.
Till Samir joins us, I would like to anyway kick it off to say two things.
This way.
Yeah. Of course, the excellent presentations, which also were very thought-provoking in very different ways of what really is the future of the cities. But what I really want to say is, I don't want to steal the thunder from the speakers, so I will not be asking them, though I promised Anuj I'll ask him very difficult questions. So I would like to make sure that the maximum interaction time happens between the audience, students, faculty, and the speakers. So please get your questions ready.
We need a mic for Bernardo, sir.
Yeah, you can take this one. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Malhotra. Which was the period you were working for Lal Chowk area? Recent times or long time ago?
I was in Srinagar for about 7 years. 2017-18 is when we started to formulate a plan, and we eventually implemented it in 2022-23.
But again, last week sometime I saw some new proposal for Lal Chowk. Is the same proposal you have submitted or some other new concept? You have no idea?
I don't think so. I think this is built recently, just about a year back.
Achha.
So I don't believe that any other proposal will be there.
Okay.
Okay, we can start formally. Thank you, everyone. I'll kickstart the discussion by contrasting some of the visions of the future of the city. There is the very physical, imagery-driven one, which you rightly pointed out, is that the aspiration that one wants to look for, or the very everyday experiences of a pedestrian is actually the wrong word for it, because it's not just a pedestrian, it's very human-centric in the way one is looking at cities. And then there is the systemic way of looking at the larger thing beyond the form and the normal associations. And the very interesting, frankly, which came as a surprise to me, that the amount of concern that the Port Trust has shown in conservation of the mangroves, which is a wonderful thing to do. And these all raise very, very different visions of what is important, from the ecology to the human to the systemic to the questioning the images. So I would like to start from, in no particular order, if you can respond to how you think the visions of the city is really influential in crafting our aspirations.
So I'm not really sure that visions are confined to any one particular community, whether it's the community of architects and other built sciences professionals, or even the common man. So how far the visions drive aspirations, or rather aspirations fulfill visions of being part of a city, is the way I would put it. I'm sure a sense of pride develops from the sense of the physical space, because that's very easy to perceive and easy to own. And everybody would like to own a city that is aspirational. So I think I would rather put it that way.
If I can continue the same conversation with Mr. Pratik, I'm sure this is something that is on the top of minds of many people in the audience. You made it sound very easy, that you got everything done, compared to how Anuj was talking about his struggles. Were there real challenges in either the process of nomination and implementation, or was it really that you had the support of every agency that you could think of?
See, any project will not be that easy if such large scale projects where you have to do a public ownership of private land, because then only all these things becomes easy. So first challenge for any government project is always a land acquisition. So that land acquisition, I will just give a story, small story. In Navi Mumbai, CIDCO acquired the land for the project, and when CIDCO itself was acquiring land from Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, there was a stiff resistance, and this stiff resistance, government had to take a decision. That government finally said, whatever CIDCO paid compensation for this port land, government will pay double the compensation. So then that thing was made easy. So what government did, this decision was very good decision. Then entire land was handed over without resistance. Otherwise it was very difficult. Then second challenge is always getting that kind of a skilled things, because port construction is not a routine building construction, etc. You need a lot of expertise agencies, expertise people. And in this remote area, because that time I am talking about 1986, there were so many challenges. I was not there, but I hear the stories, because access was a problem, fighting the mud, and reclamation was always a challenge, bringing this earth from the surrounding area, getting good skilled labor you get, but skilled people was also a challenge. So through these challenges it has developed. But now it is more and more difficult, because whatever you do is very, what you can say, quickly challenged by the local people, environmentalists, people who observe you, and it is very easy to make anything public here, because this is a public project. So whatever, even a small action is always a public. So we take care that all the environment clearances, all the pollution control board clearances are in place, then only the start the work. So this is what the challenges are there. So it is not that this is required urgently, so start immediately. First you have to take all the approvals, all the clearances, particularly from the Ministry of Environment, and then only do the work. So the challenges are there, yes, but we have to still strive to give the best result out. Because see, there is always a conflict, and it will be always there between the ecology and economy. So you need economy to come to the country, so you need ports. But you have to preserve the ecology, which is very close to the sea. So that is, you have to make a balance and equilibrium. So that is what is a very relevant, making equilibrium and living the cities in equilibrium with the nature. That is what we have to achieve ultimately.
So Anuj, what comes to the top of my mind is the many, many hats and shoes that you have worn in your career, spanning very, very different client groups. It actually helps break this binary of a public sector and the private sector as one imagines normally, right? Because you still have the same challenges, you still have a good or a bad boss or a good or a bad brief. So a very crude way of putting it would be to say, okay, which do you prefer, public or private? Okay, but I don't want to go there. But increasingly, with the challenges that we see in our country, I think the role of the professional within the public sector as part of the system and not somebody as an outside becomes increasingly more relevant. Your thoughts from this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what sir is also kind of, part of the entire government system, and to actually, lead it with a direction, lead it with a vision, and to try to achieve that vision is an extremely complicated process, and it's actually, I would say that, to that extent, I mean, with the kind of complications that exist in the government to actually get it happen, make it happen, versus the complications that would exist in let's say, an architectural firm's office, would be of a very, very different kind. I'm sure everybody deals with their own problems, and there is a issue of running an office, and there is an issue of, expanding your team. So while the microcosm of issues is one thing, but facing those challenges and to actually keeping your vision intact is a very, very big struggle. And one of the things that I found that kind of makes your life easier, or is a good approach to doing that, is actually having a good team. So one of the things that when I started working for the government, the first thing that I did was run with a file to the office of my commissioner and the senior to him. I visited his home 7 times, visited his home five times, to have that signature on the file, which was about creating that big team. Because that time when I had joined, there were only 3 people, and by the time I exited, there were 45 people. So to get that team from 3 to 45, it was a huge, huge struggle, and even first to get the approval, and that to actually build it, because I was in Srinagar, and normally a lot of professionals would not prefer to be at the last or the first city in India, because from there everything stops. So normally they feel disconnected. That's one. So that was, I would say, one of the very important ways in trying to achieve is when you kind of percolate that vision to more number of people and to build that dream and then to actually drive it with the entire force of the entire team. I would say team building is extremely essential.
I think that's really true, because it's not just the size of the team, but you're essentially building the capacity internally of public agencies to be able to deal with complex problems.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So what you said about the microcosm and the larger vision ties up to one thought I had for you, where you very unknowingly demolished the egos of many people that said, well, cities are unplannable. So what are we actually going to do about it? However, of course, there is the acupressure approach where you look at selective interventions of micro projects.
Yeah, surgical conservation.
Surgical conservation. There are many, many interesting hashtags that one can use for this, but is that only relevant to the built spaces, as in where I can make a plaza here or a station there? Or does that also include what is increasingly called social urbanism as we see in Latin America?
See, that's exactly what I was trying to tell in the first slide, is that a city is a system in itself. So you cannot separate out separate components of infrastructure or building or people or water. It's all interconnected. So even if you're doing some infrastructure project or a pathway or a promenade, or if you're dealing with a sociological component or people, essentially you're dealing with the same thing in the same system, because it's all kind of connected. And the idea that it's the people who are actually binding it together, basically. So even if you're looking at a physical infrastructure, there has to be a human people component to it, as a user designer, everything, because it has to be the client, the designer, everybody around it.
Interesting. Now we're ready to take open questions. The students first. Yes, there is one.
There's a hand raised near the camera.
Hello. Hi, I'm Aditi. I'm a fifth year student. My question is for Anuj sir. Now that the cities are growing more denser and vertical, especially the tier 1 cities, in future, how do you see them growing without losing its true character?
You get the best questions in the world.
So what do you think is the character? See, the thing is that one of the important things that we need to understand about cities or about human race is that change is the only constant. Okay, and that's really true. Paris was built 7 times. I don't know if you've read that. And so do our cities. Okay, so our cities will constantly change. Now, which means what? Which means that they will continue to develop new cultures. Okay, and those cultures may not be sometimes be as traditional as we have left them behind. They may be something new which responds to the current political and the technological and the state of being of people. Okay, so new cultures may evolve, and that is good, because that's how people evolve themselves, their thinking, their ideas. Not necessarily everything is bad. So let us not be the enemy of future, okay, by having those prejudices in our minds. We can do things in a better way also. So point is that whether we go vertical or we go underground or we go on the sea, we go somewhere else in the sky, I don't know. Point is that we will constantly evolve. Now, point is, I think what you are trying to, I'm just trying to assume what you are trying to ask is, how do we create that balance as well while we move forward? So I think that is a very important question. And I think whatever we evolve into, that we need to follow some certain principles, that we still have 2 hands, 2 legs, a nose, a ear, 2 eyes. So those principles should always be human and respecting nature and humanness at the same time, and to create that balance. So in case we are off balance, we will see that thing happening, because you will see either slums, you will see either bad water, you will see bad air, where the imbalance is. So which means that most of our cities are actually imbalanced. So we need to get that balance back in, so that we are able to live our life and give a good life to our children. So that's really the thing, but not really the enemy of the future, I would say.
Also, just to add to that, there is no one single unitary character for any city in the world, because it's a large organism. Different people inhabit that space very differently. I can imagine a family in Chembur who has no connection whatsoever with Colaba. They do not identify Colaba as Mumbai, right? Or vice versa. And this is not about being rich or poor or where you're located, but also your daily actions and what you prioritize. So the city is all of this and more for everyone.
Yeah, just a small thing. If you look at the evolution of city in the last 50 years and 50 years down the line, so 100-year period, so from 1980 to 2080, and probably you are, I'm guessing, after 1990s, you've been born or something.
Please don't tell me you're 2000 born.
Probably, right? Yeah.
Yes, 2003.
2000, right? Yeah. So in the 1980s, when we used to travel, right, long distances, we used to have these large foldable maps, right? And we used to sort of see where we're going, mark it with a pencil, understand the scale of the map. Somebody used to be helping us with, looking at the map and where we are going. So that's how we used to navigate. How do we navigate now?
Google Maps.
Google Maps. Do you understand scale on Google Maps?
No.
You don't, right? But still you reach your place, right? So which is better, that map or this map? And you have made progress in the last 100 years, right? So it's like that. It's basically whatever happens comes out of the needs of people, right? Comes out of innovation, comes out of what we can do, comes out of what can happen, what are we looking for, right? In 1980s, it was that foldable map, and we're very fond of that. But then in 2080, I don't know, now we have that Google Maps. In 2080, it might be completely different. Completely different. Would we be able to tell that that's bad? We would still be using it, right? Something to think about. I'm not answering clearly, but there's something to think about.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Hosana. I am a 5th year student. My question is again to Anuj sir. As your presentation had more about streets and maintaining the streets, cyclists, everything. But
after in the later years, how do you maintain them? Because seeing in the Indian context, the fear that the fear lies that how do the people's mindset change with the more planning you have in your streets or the design of it. So even are people affected, or they still because even if you see the Queen's necklace, though people don't throw on the streets, but then people throw in the river. So how did you map that after changing, after designing certain parts of Srinagar and Delhi? How did the people maintain themselves? How did they sustain where they are working or they are using the space?
Okay, so couple of examples. I won't answer your question directly. First, about the relevance of it. Okay, so I'll tell you a story. Wherever I lived, used to live earlier, we had like a very large parking area in the center of that entire towers, and then we had a parking area in the center. So one day the committee decided that, committee of that housing society decided that, let's have a, one of the sports member actually said that, please let's build a volleyball court here. So everybody objected, everybody. He said, what are you talking about? Who plays volleyball? Okay, and so he said, okay, then let us do a badminton court. They said, are you nuts? Completely nuts. Nobody plays badminton. Okay, it's very hot in Ahmedabad. Nobody plays badminton. We will not do it. So he pleaded, and I supported also him, and he said that let us at least mark it on the ground. Okay, so marking doesn't obstruct any car to get parked. Okay, so we'll just at least mark it on the ground. So we only marked it on the ground, and believe me, we never ever had any sports event in the entire 20 years of that society. The day we marked, we did not know that there are so many children who had badminton rackets in their houses, and from next day the children were playing badminton on that court and nobody could park their car. Okay, you don't know what you have till you actually do it. Point is that you don't know whether people want to walk or not till you actually provide for it. Okay, you can't really question. I can't bring a transportation planner here. He will not be able to model it because he doesn't know that people actually want to walk. So unless I have the infra, I can't say whether people want to walk or not. Okay, so that's the relevance part. People want to walk. It's just that they don't have the infra. All right. Second part is about the maintenance. Now, why are riverfronts getting built? Why are waterfronts getting built? Our waterfronts and riverfronts were always bad areas till now. You've got the Meethi Nala, it is said. It is actually Meethi River. The point is that we have turned our backs to the water bodies. And that's one of the reasons why it's not maintained well. So I'll tell you a good key to your design problems. Turn the face of people to that place which is dirty. And that is actually the way to maintain it. There's no other way. When there are eyes, when there are footfalls, it does get maintained. So a good way to actually to do the Meethi River is to actually build buildings right next to it, who can see and use the plaza next to the Meethi River. People will demand that, please clean this, otherwise we are going to do a dharna in your office. It's not going to be like that. So you have to turn your face towards the problem, not your back towards the problem. That's actually the way to maintain it.
Thank you.
I'd like to add a tiny bit to what Anuj said. When you give people the something that they want and they own, they look after and use it themselves. A very small example very recently in our own campus was the small garden that we created. And if you see the number of people who use it, students from the campus, you'll have your answer to yourself.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
The guy in the back.
Hello, sir. I'm Digvijay. Actually, my question is on the same line. Like in India, when this industrialization started, that time all the industries are being placed along the river. And in 1990, again, government come up with another policy that you shouldn't put all the residues into the river. You should drain and keep it to the CETP solutions. So now, again in 2023, there are a new policy which has come for more production. So now here, why I'm taking this case, because lot of areas in MIDC are actually covered, this industrial area. And many of the rivers are actually get affected for it. For example, Taloja River or Valduni River, those areas. So now, my question is all these distractions happening to these natural resources because of the policy, or there is something else? Or if we need to, again, now what Anusha actually told, that to face up to the problem, now actually the entire policy is shifting from river to the other solution. And now the river is actually come up like a leftover. So to revive it back or to rejuvenate this same problem, what kind of solutions we can take? And in that case, can we take people's participation? Will it be possible while having this people participation in that thing? Or it requires some additional enforcement or some external enforcement to do that?
Okay. This is typically in planning terms what is called a wicked problem, right? And in philosophy generally. Problems that seem to have very obvious solutions. Put a foot over bridge here, put an embankment there, whatever. But obviously it is not addressing the core issue. You're only addressing the symptoms. So to take a generalist view, whether it is a problem of the policy or implementation or bad engineering, bad design, is reducing the actual challenge to very, very simplistic terms. We will be doing ourselves a disservice by doing that. And not all problems are created or solved by architects or engineers or people in the physical dimension. There are many, many dimensions that happen. So, of course, all of us have the self-interest to look at it from our own perspective, but that cannot define the problem for what it is or the situation. So, to put it very shortly, and I'm happy for everybody in the panel to respond differently, that it's not a simple binary of a policy or let's do people participation, let's do this, is not really a holistic understanding of an issue.
Yes, your problem, you have only answered it. It is a problem of implementation and enforcement. Policy as such, if you read any policy, industrial policy, environment clearance or the conditions, there are so many conditions for industry to get environment clearance. You have to keep minimum 200 meter away from the river course, then there should not be any archaeological site, there should not be any reserve forest, there should not be any other important what you can say, the project. So many things are there other than the environment in this riverfront development, and along with the distance from the river, you have to see the CRZ clearance, you have to see the clearance from this wetland, etc., etc. But all this till they get the clearance. Then all the issues started with the implementation and monitoring. Once the industry is set up, because entire Maharashtra, there is a one single agency, Environment Department does not monitor, does not implement. It is the only Pollution Control Board. Pollution Control Board with their limited staff, limited resources, it is really very difficult unless somebody complains. So now it has started. People are taking it in their hand. If they see some problem, some pollution, they keep complaining. They keep raising this issue. And what you can say now, a common phrase is, be vocal for the local. So people come together, make this issue and bring it to a certain platform. The recent I will tell you, the CIDCO started dumping in one lotus pond. So it is actually, I was very happy the people took an initiative. They approached Chief Minister, they approached CIDCO, they approached Environment Department, and after two days it was stopped. So you are right. Everything is there. You cannot dump earth in this water bodies. Everything is there. But if it happens, you have to now become, what you can say, a whistleblower. Implementations, there are issues. There are lot of issues in implementation and monitoring of this clearances. After clearances, I have been observing there is nobody as a responsible person to monitor whether these all conditions are being adhered to or not.
Just one more thing, Digvijan. See, every issue is very different, right? And what I have kind of started hating nowadays is that for every solution, for every waterfront, there is one solution, right? Promenade, cycle path, benches, you know. I mean, it's almost becoming like a formula, right? That this is a kit of parts, and whenever you see a waterfront, put all these things inside here, right? And architects and urban designers, landscape architects do that without studying that site. Why do you need it? What do you need it? How will you implement it? How will you maintain it? Right? So many aspects need to be looked at before you actually start putting down a solution. Right? So it's not one solution that applies to everything, which is unfortunately happening in quite a few places now, where it's becoming very easy to say that, okay, you know, these are the things that whenever you see a road, you know, you do this, right? Whenever you see a footpath, you do this, right? But I think the solution should evolve after research, right? We talk about research-based practice, right? So that research has to come in order to arrive at a solution.
If I can add to that, I think humans are a lot more imaginative than having one solution to all problems. We even create the same problem everywhere we go. For example, I didn't even know in all my years of travel and experience that Jaipur had a river. Now suddenly there is a riverfront development project that is completed in Jaipur at a cost of 12,000 crores. So first you invent the river and then you invent the solution. Yes, I think he wanted to hear. Can you please pass the mic to the gentleman?
To all the speakers, can you spare a couple of minutes to explain to the budding designers how to grow expeditiously and build knowledge systems to be successful like you are?
Successful as you are. So what's your question? I didn't get it very clearly.
Okay, forget about it.
Or,
to be successful as you are. Build knowledge. How should we grow? The budding architects,
in general,
build
you're
their
saying.
career, professionalism.
Yeah.
To be successful.
I mean, one no-brainer is read a lot, travel a lot, observe a lot. One thing that I have seen young architects not doing is observing, right? I do it very consciously. I'm sure many of my generation architects do very consciously. For example, if I'm as simple as walking down a staircase, I'm mindful of the tread height, right? And I've asked n number of young architects, have you noticed the tread height? And it's like, no. So I think as architects, we need to do that. We need to be aware of, okay, you know, look at, okay, why is that? Go to a restaurant, have a nice pasta, but then also look at the paneling, look at the flooring, right? And that will sort of educate you to a large extent. So read, travel, and be observant. Two things.
Yeah, exactly.
एक ज़रूर मैं बात बोलूँगा कि do vie for a government job, क्योंकि be join the government. It's very important, I would say. You know, I think my entire I got polished being in the government, and I think that's a very important exposure that is required. ठीक है, पैसे आप कमा लेंगे. Don't be, don't jump on it. You'll get money eventually. Money is not really the goal. If you can just focus on your work and try to be honest to your work and honest to your vision. I think that's very important, because क्या होता है कि हमारी विजन डाइल्यूट हो जाती है बिकॉज ऑफ द प्रेशर्स कि ये नहीं हो सकता, वो नहीं हो सकता. बहुत नेसेयर्स तो भरे हुए हैं पूरी दुनिया में, बट in case you think that this is the right vision to have, then stick to that vision and work for it. Or by the way, it's a lot of hard work. It's not simple. It's a lot of hard work. तो बिल्कुल भी आपको टाइम नहीं मिलेगा. In fact, I think very recently I started sleeping for 6 hours. I never got the time to sleep 6 hours. So, एक तो be ready for hard work, very important. Be honest, true to yourself, true to your profession. जैसे मैं आपको बताता हूँ, बड़ा सही साहब को समझ में आएगा. I used to disagree with my commissioner very often. ठीक है, तो in the government वो बड़ा, it's a very difficult thing to do कि commissioner से आप disagree करो, बड़ा difficult होता है. So me and my commissioner, you did not see eye to eye for 2 to 3 months. वो इतना वो मेरे से नफरत करते थे और इतना मैं अपने आप को कायम रखता था अपनी बात पे कि वो कितना भी नफरत करें, मैं उससे होता नहीं था, because I was being true to not to him. I was working for the public ultimately. ठीक है, मैं public servant हूँ, so I need to be true to the public, not to the person. And so it's not easy doing that, but anyways somehow I managed, and many times I wanted to leave, go for a different job, but somehow I don't know how I managed. Ultimately the commissioner saw the right thing in whatever I was doing, and he actually changed, again a very difficult thing for him, to change the plans, to change the decisions, and to do the way that we had planned. But it came after 1 year, and it was a very difficult time for all of us. तो ये है कि अगर if you are ready to walk the tightrope, then you will flourish and polish yourself, be shining. Otherwise, there are many ways of doing the way anybody says, and being comfortable. तो बड़ा उसके भी तरीके हैं. But this is my advice to you as students, and do join the government, because government really show that exposure that you require. कि public space में क्या public space projects are all political projects. They are not planning projects, they are not urban design projects, they are not landscape projects, they are all political projects. Why? Because there are thousands of stakeholders, thousands of people, और उन सबको हमको देखना है कि हम कैसे वो लाइन क्रिएट करें जो मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल को सेटिस्फाई करे. एंड एक्चुअली सेटिस्फाइंग का मतलब ये नहीं कि वी आर बीइंग अनट्रू टू आवर जॉब. नो, एक्चुअली we need to see that where that line is, where that balance is, because we need to always respond to people, respond to public's demands, and also respond to the very important thing is the where you are building, which is nature, which is land. So land tells you some things, you have to respond to that. So you need to create that balance, keep creating that balance, and be running with it. So a lot of hard work, be prepared for it.
So I think we can conclude the panel discussion. Thank you to all our panelists for a very engaging discussion. I request our principal.
Sorry, may I interrupt you? Sorry about that. Can I request the other speakers to also respond to this last question? Because I think everybody can give very good advice here to the students.
My professor used to say advice is a bad voice. So usually I avoid. Usually I avoid. But since Mr. Anuj is saying, see, yeah, advice is a bad voice. So generation may not like it, young generation. But still, since you are asking, say, first of all, be a good human being. Means respect the locals, respect your nation, respect your policies. So if you are a good human being, most of the things are solved, and stick to that. That is very important. And what I am observing, the value today is for the designing. So you, because of this artificial intelligence, you get a lot of information. You get quickly drawings rendered, you get quickly drawings done. There are so many agencies to do DPR, but there are very few good people to do designing. So that designing part you concentrate. That is particularly for architects. Then once you master in planning, landscaping, a lot of procedural things, how to do tendering, how to do BOQs. So that will be mechanical things, most of the things. But designing, don't lose focus on your designing. That is what I am saying. You have so many artificial things nowadays to help you in drafting, in thinking, but do proper attention for the designing and good human being. He is also saying, I have 18 years of working experience in SIDCO, which is government organization. Now 7 years I am in JNPT. So governments are not wrong. What is the importance of government is you can deal large scale land areas. SIDCO 334 square kilometer. Can you imagine you have such a canvas open? So many buildings, so many projects, so master planning and so many issues. That is why you are there. So in the private company, you may not get such a large projects to deal with. That is the big advantage of being in the government agencies. And you need to know right from the central till the state, till the local, all the policies. That is also important because government is very, very sensitive to all this. You have to adhere to all this. But in private, you can focus only on your jobs. You need to make a balance of it. So government organizations to work with are very good when you want to target large scale projects. So I always say students come for the internship. You will not get such a chance to deal with such a large tracts of the land, making new cities, making complex things, resolving the complexities. All complexities will be there in the cities and you can deal with it when you are dealing at a authority level for that city. Thank you.
So I'll just add a few sentences to what all the other speakers have said. So my advice would be take every opportunity that you get, do the best you can. One opportunity always leads to another. So keep that in mind, do the best you can wherever you are, whatever you do. And respect all human beings. Those you design for, your fellow designers, your stakeholders, everybody. Not just human beings, in fact, all beings.
Did everybody agree with everything that was said? Students, Arshad, you don't agree with anything.
So I must thank Anush for including all of us in this conversation. Both of you have said most of that I would have wanted to say. I would just say one thing, be yourself. You know, most of us, or that's how we are groomed. We try to adopt someone else's ideas. We want to be like someone else. He's better than me, she's better than me, I should look like that, I should wear things like that. All that is nonsense. Just be yourself, express yourself fully, and nurture your passions besides what has been said. Because, you know, you can't imitate and be successful by copying someone. But you can express yourself fully and you can be who you are by following your heart. So.
Everything has been said.
No,
Ditto, ditto.
why I asked was because one thing that I missed out was, did you think or did you just accept what was being said? Did you do a critical thinking? Like when you asked a question, somebody answered, did you just take it? Or did you think about it? You're getting my point. What you should be doing, that is called critical thinking, right? So it should come from the first principles, right? And then you sort of arrive at a conclusion whether a thing is right or not, right? So that's exactly what I wanted to just check.
Yeah, I think now we can conclude the session because some of the guests has to leave now. So I kindly request our principal, Dr. Professor Anand Ajari sir, to come forward and felicitate our guest. Architect Anuj Malhotra. Mr. Rajesh Fadke. Architect Urmila Rajadaksha. Please give a round of applause. Architect Samir Sheikh. And moderator, Architect Mohan Rao. Can we have a group photo on the stage with all the speakers? Yeah. I request everyone to please be seated. I now invite Professor Harshad Bhatia sir, who's also the co-convener of the conclave, to deliver the concluding remarks.
Good evening. It's been a long session, 2 days, rather 3 days. We started on the 5th of June with field visits, and the students actually were all there. I'm sure you all enjoyed that particular day, World Day of Environment. What I want to do is I want to run through this fast. There have been various subjects, various topics, various issues raised by many of the speakers. I'm finding it difficult to draw the line through all of them. So I'm just going to briefly use the name of the speaker and try to say a few words about what that person has spoken. Session 1 was Nature in the City. Our keynote speaker, architect P.K. Das. I think he laid the foundation for the entire thing by giving us what should be thought of in this time of climate change. Climate change is here. It's not that it's going to come. Okay, we are very much into it. The next speaker was Shweta Wagh. And Shweta gave us a very good overview, focused understanding about nature in the city, and particularly with reference to Mumbai. Then we had Chavi Lal. Chavi actually gave us an idea from the pragmatic point of view, from practice, what sort of projects they do, where you work on nature in terms of design. Dr. Mala Singh gave us an overview about IGBC and what are the ways in which we could connect with IGBC as architects, professionals, and keep in mind that we don't have to design green buildings, they have to be part of the green movement. That's very there. Samir Sheikh moderated the session, and I think he gave a very good panel discussion where questions were raised. Then we had the second session, Learning from Nature. Ruchi Kapoor, Nikita Mahale are students from the Landscape Masters. They gave us a very good poetic understanding about their learnings in the landscape department and also about what we do over there. Then we had virtually, we are using the new technology, Damien Tang from Singapore. I think he gave us a good idea about generative design, and using that technology, it itself was one of the ways in which we could learn how we communicate. And I think that field needs to be taken further, considering neurology. Then we had Prashant Dhawan. Prashant Dhawan actually was to speak on biomimicry, but he opened our eyes and made us think of that. Rather than talk about biomimicry, let us find out why over the so many years, nothing is happening on the ground. Why are we only talking? Let's start thinking about that. And he gave that one image about the elephant and the blindfolded humans around the elephant trying to find out what is what. And I very easily used it, saying that the elephant is urban design and nobody knows what it is because they're blindfolded. And as an urban designer, I'm the elephant in the room right now. Sujata Hingorani gave us a different understanding about how one should start feeling things from within, and it shows outside. And you can conquer a lot of things with that. And her readings were very much there because I spoke to her after that. Urmila Rajadhaksha actually moderated the session, and again with that understanding of learning from nature. The third session was Climate Change Resilient Cities. Well, I moderated that session, but because Mohan Rao was speaking there, we had to shift the moderator. I would have loved to do the future cities thing. Rahul Karni, Joel Jasna, and they actually gave us a good idea about what they've learned in urban design, which as a teacher in that subject over there, I felt was a learning for me. And I'm so glad that they put it that way. They spoke of acoustics also. Mohan Rao gave us a good idea and understanding about looking at city as an organism. And I think rather than a city, any sort of a settlement, don't leave out nature as part of that. Pallavi Kulkarni, my colleague, IUDI president, she gave us an overview about the institution, and it's open to membership. You need to be an urban designer. So first is do the course, then you apply for membership. Romi Roy, I'll say Romi rather than Paromita because that's how she prefers to be called. I think she gave us a real picture about what is life outside the institution and in practice. And the type of work Arup is doing, I've seen their work and I've seen that their approach. So she gave us a very good understanding that there's nature, culture, they come together, with nature forming the base. So blue, green, everything. And I think there's been a lot of, if you read about ARUP, you'll realize that they've done a lot. Vinayak Barne, again online from New York in the night over there, talking to us a day over here. And I think Vinayak said that we cannot just indirectly, we cannot just talk about urban living in equilibrium with nature in the city. We have to look at living with nature wherever it may be. So he talked about the indigenous peoples living in the forest and living in balance with nature. So there are needs based and there's wants based. Then we had the fourth session. Obviously the third one was moderated by me. The fourth session, the future of cities, a very wide open session. You know, how do you this thing? So that session actually, somehow I felt a bit, that's why I said no to Sameer's this thing, is because to say that the perfect past, you know, was there, but don't forget that the perfect past was once the present. So that time also we were crying about that present, saying that the past before that was better. So Sameer started the presentation, and I think he was told that he's the wild card, and you were the wild card. Well, what can I say? I know Sameer quite well. We teach together, and I didn't know that he knew about what he said. Anuj Malhotra, I would say again, somebody who comes from a good understanding of working in the government, working in private also, and what you see from the projects, it differs a lot from what we would have liked to see in terms of that's why I said this session was a little missing from this thing, and Mohan Rao's earlier session. Rajesh, and only thing is, I felt there was a lot of value judgments. You give something and people will want it. I think we need to do a proper survey. Okay, you do a people survey and then you decide what you want to this thing. Rather than wants, give them needs. Rajesh Phadke, I must say, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority is something we all must really stand up and applause for, because the way he's presented this and they are doing it, truly looking at it from the public sector point of view, sustainability wise, green at the level of the neighborhood, whether it is residential or industrial, I think they have their eyes on it and they are not going to let go, because they realize, as he said, water is the resource. And the most important thing is that you want to involve the people, you have to first inform the people before they can be involved. I think that is the most important part about JNPA. And Urmila Rajadaksha, again a colleague of ours, she's the HOD for our landscape this thing. I'm so glad she brought out Design with Nature and Design with Nature Now. And I hope you all are inspired to now come out with another book in another 20 years, which is saying Design with Nature Now again. Okay. This having said that, I'm going to change my glasses. This is just to show you that what happens when we speak by a given topic. You see my glasses now, they're called without a frame, right? Frameless. So when we are speaking within the frame of what we felt we were told to talk about. So I'm taking this opportunity to say that now I'm not looking outside the frame. So I can see more. I want all of you all to put your heads together, put your minds together, think about what you all are going to see in this entire 2 days of conclave proceedings. Put them all together. See if you can tie it all together in a thread, because there cannot be only a framed view of what one has spoken. I think all of this has to come together and it has to be put together. So we are planning that this will be an annual event every year. We hope to see some of you all back again next year with progressively showing what you showed and what you've achieved. And we are also trying to look at it if we can form either a manifesto or a charter that we can take forward ourselves within the institution. So from the education point of view, trying to lay down everything. And just one thing about walkability, all of us are pedestrians, remember that. it's easy to say that pedestrians are one way of this thing, but all of us have to walk. You have to walk from my house to my car also. So pedestrian is not a separate thing. We have to think about that we are all going to walk at every point in our life. And talking about giving people what they want, the idea of naked streets, have you heard of that? You remove all the signage, everything on the street markings, you remove everything, no footpath, everything is just one level. Plot boundary to plot boundary, there are no signages. There's no markings for carriageways. People will adapt to it with discipline on their own. So we need to have that discipline ourselves first. Otherwise, we will be given all these things as part of our design. So just keep this in mind and tie all this together, and let's put our heads together. And I would appreciate if the students can think about how we can take this further in terms of learning from each of the speakers over here. Thank you.
Thank you, Harshit sir, for beautifully summarizing all the sessions. Now I invite the convener of Conclave 2025, our principal, Dr. Professor Anand Ajari sir, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Such a wonderful 3 days, and superbly summed up by Professor Harshad Bhatia, Design Chair. I think we have been doing this since long, that our every semester starts with a very different approach. Probably many of the students might have realized this or not, that the start of the semester is with some kind of knowledge bank, some kind of thinking, some kind of provocation, that every student, you don't know which day something will click you and that might change your life. I keep telling every student, just be part of it. You don't know when, where, what, how it will inspire you. You don't know what will click, and that would have been a change of movement for your career. For that, the only way is to involve yourself. Immerse yourself. I would use the word rather than involve. If you don't immerse yourself, just attending, listening, forgetting it, after this door you leave, there won't be any point of it. 2 days of conclave with 15 speakers. I say this should have been a bank of things to work on for a long way to go. Identify probably 100 different words, thoughts, ideas which they have been spoken, write it down, list it down. Look, introspect. I reiterate the VCM. So the V was these 2 days. That was the Vachan, either through reading or listening. You have to do a debate. I request all the class in charges, faculty members to take this into the studios and have a debate in the classroom. Manan, I want every student to finally close your eyes, introspect yourself on these, that what is that which I want to be? What is that I want, that small step which I mentioned in the day 1 in the in the morning address yesterday, that you need to find that small step of yours which will change your career.
probably one of the word which was spoken to you might inspire you so much that you will find this, as sir has asked, what is how to do be a successful professional in the future. You need to look at those few things which is inspiring from inside, which is that fire which is there. You need to ignite them. So hope for a successful semester ahead. Thank you. Thanks for patiently listening. This was a long planned. We planned last year in the month of April, and the thought came and it was too late actually. We couldn't work it out last because it was in a too short a thought, and we said we might not get the best of it. We said let's do it in 2025, and there go. And this is not possible with just one idea that we should do. There was a big team behind it, and I thank each and everyone. I start with the management of the VES who supported us wholeheartedly. Our President, Sri Malkani sir, our Secretary, Sri Gyani sir, our Treasurer, Sri Dr. Lula sir, and Architect Wadhwa sir, that they gave us full support. Please go ahead, make sure that our students take back the best. One thing, when I spoke to a few students, they said, sir, it was so informative. I questioned that, was this informative? I say it was beyond informative. It was an experience of an individuals who have shared with you, which should inspire you. Thanks to each and every speaker who have shared their experience, what they have spent probably 10, 15, 20, 30 years or 40 years of their experience, and they are trying to share with you. That experience is what has to motivate you and take it ahead. Thanks to each and every speaker, in the 15 speakers in the past 2 days, and also to the experts, 12 experts who were on the site at 12 different sites during the 5th June World Environment Day. All those who guided you on the site. Thanks to each and every faculty who was involved, right from Harshad Bhatia sir as co-convener. I would request each one to come back on stage. Thanks to Urmila madam and Professor Samir, HOD for landscape and HOD for urban design as the coordinators for these two programs. I request them to come on stage. Thanks to all the class in charges, thanks to Devi madam and Divya for coordinating both the days. Right from last 2 months they have been for it. Please come on stage. Uttara madam. Please come. Thanks to all the class in charges who coordinated. Before the class in charge, thank for the moderate MOCs of 4 sessions. Professor Mandar, Professor Abhishek, Professor Devi and Uttara, please come on stage. Thank you. Thanks to other class in charges who helped coordinating all the show. Can the class in charges come? Thanks to Ajit and entire his team, Sanket, Rahul, Joel, for managing the entire show. Please. He cannot leave the bench. Ajit, please. coordinators. Thanks to all the coordinators, class coordinators. Can you join us? Thanks to class coordinators, because we were sitting very comfortably here because they were managing the backstage. Can I request the class coordinators to be here? They are in the classrooms. Hope they are listening to us. Thank you. Thanks to Ashima madam and Ashima madam is here. Ashima and Ruchi madam. Ashima madam, she was here. Ruchi madam and Ashima madam. Ashima is not here. Upstairs. Thanks to Saurabh to manage the travel and accommodation. We should give a big round for support to. Also, this was not possible with the entire support centrally, very strongly spined by Roshni madam. Roshni madam, please join us. Archana madam and Roshni madam and Ashima madam, please join on stage. Please give a big round to Roshni madam for supporting the entire program, looking at minute details. Ashima madam and Archana madam, I call them Annadata, they keep feeding us food. Please come in the, come in. Thanks to Priyanka and Chaturya madam for coordinating single-handedly on the 5th June World Environment Day, all the 12 different sites. Priyanka. Rahul Joel, please join. I thought I called you. Ajit and team, I said. Rahul Joel, Sanket, Moses. Moses. Come in. Madam, 5 minutes will close. Madam, I request if you could wait 2 minutes, will close. I request all the student coordinators who are involved in the coordination, can they come in the quickly, rush. All the students coordinator. इधर आ जाओ, नीचे बैठ जाओ, first row. All of you come ahead. Please students, take quickly. Don't stand behind, go ahead. आ जाओ, नीचे आ जाओ. अविनाश, नीचे आ जाओ सब लोग, एक रो. Anyone I have left, please? Covered. Anyone whom I am left, I am sorry, just. Student Council, coordinators, President, Secretary, treasurer. They are the backbone of this entire event. Thank you so much. Thank you. Give them a big round of applause. Hope we come with a much bigger bang next year, and hope to see more deeper coordination and much deeper involvement and much higher participation. And we thank each and every collaborators who were there, institutional collaborators, IGBC, IUDI, ISOLA, MASA, IIA, without which this event would have not been such a great success. We thank each and every the heads of these institutions for making this event a success story. Please join us. Yeah, thank you. So, Ajit. So we'll take the national anthem, please. Thank you for this.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
इधर वे क्यों छुपने का तेरे को